G'day everybody and welcome back. I'm back. Welcome me back. That's so weird. I'm back. More Stationeers on Venus. And I am back to regular streaming. I've been away for almost 2 weeks. And it feels weird. Feels really, really weird. I haven't really been away from streaming for that long in a long while. I think it's been about... I reckon it's been about 2.5 years since I took a break that long. At least that many years. It feels good. I have been unable to avoid thinking about things that I want to do going forward. Now, both of you working? Good. Started the session. I wanted to make sure you, particularly that arm, was actually functioning because oxygen, want it. So want all the ferns growing. Yeah, so I've done a couple of things since we last were here. But I thought, since I've not been streaming for a little bit, and I'd kind of run through the base and let's have a look at the state of things and try and think about what things I wanted to do to get this base pressurized. Because that's my big goal right now. Get it pressurized, get it so I can have my suit off through the whole thing while working on various other bits and pieces, because I think that would be really nice. So obviously, where should I start? Should I start at the front entryway or should I start back here at the ferns? Well, I'm here. I might as well start here. Oh, that's a... The ferns got bigger. I like that. The ferns are much bigger. Huh. Cool. That was the plants update that happened and then unhappened and then happened again. Because they had a critical error in it, so they had to roll it back and then they fixed the critical error. We've obviously got all of our regular plants down here, which I'm growing, and I'm trying to keep the chocolate up so that I can grow and make chocolate, sugar, and those fun things that make my little stationeer happy. Down here, there's not much going on, but my water supply, I think, is pretty good. Let's just check it while we're here. Water supply, 77.6 liters. Oh. That's not as good as I thought it would be. Oh, 261 in the pipe. That's why. Okay, so I've got over 300 liters of water for the plants. And that is an isolated water system that is just for the plants. So that's got enough buffer that it's going to be fine for a long while. And I've got my temporary but finally expanded living-ish area, which I should probably spend some time on some point soon just to try and make this a bit neater and maybe get rid of this airlock. Maybe get rid of the fact that I've got cooling for here separated from cooling from here. Something like that. Yeah. Thanks, T, for the raid before I went live. And thank you, Jax. Thank you for 62 months. And thank you, Shadow, for, oh, just shy of 3 years. And yes, I did see some Tassie Devils. They're angry looking critters. There really isn't any other way to describe Tassie Devils than that, because they get a lot of scars and they do a lot of biting of each other. Thanks, Barbecue Sauce. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thank you, K Goba. Thank you so much. The 12 gift subs. I can't count. Or read, apparently. So that's new. Or not new. Got my storage area in here. Manufacturing. Got my bingo card up here, which I need to update, because I've got a way to make that look better and more fun. And I also was thinking making a to-do list on this wall as well. With some more signs. Assuming the game's going to let me edit signs, because it didn't let me edit them last time. Although... I feel like there are more of those filled. Maybe some of them did save, they just didn't display. Interesting. Interesting. Got my cooling... initial cooling loop in here, which is... doing all of the cooling effort for the living spaces currently. So this can probably be retired once I finish the work on the gas room. Got my newish big airlock here, but we'll go through that in a minute. Because furnace room, we'll go down and check out what's going on in here. For some reason, this is now 1,926 degrees in here. But, I suppose that makes sense since it's Hoot. I think I must, and also ingots. I must have let some gas out somewhere that's very, very hot. So I'm going to need a vent to suck this air somewhere else. And I don't have one. The centrifuge room is doing okay. We've got some iron, some copper, some coal, gold, silver, nickel, ready to go. So not doing too badly. All three centrifuges are working now, and it looks like we've got backed up material all the way through. So the centrifuges aren't quite keeping up with the miners. I think I get the impression that these electric centrifuges do not perfectly balance against deep miners. As in, there's no perfect ratio. And if so, I'm perfectly okay with that. Then we've got our water making setup here with the H2 combustor, which should have a decent amount of stuff in it. Yeah, got decent pressure going in. It's combusting. Cool. Let's go through this way to my composting setup. Shadow Drake, I got given different numbers to what you're saying, and the numbers you're saying did not work out for what I had last time. So I'm not convinced the numbers you're saying are correct. People were saying it was 1.5 electric centrifuges per deep miner, and I have 2 deep miners. And when I had just the 1 deep miner for 3 centrifuges, the 3rd centrifuge never, ever, ever, ever got busy. So if it was 2.5 per, it should have, and it didn't. So it isn't 2.5. Thanks, Battlestorm. Thank you for 15 months. And thank you, Pup Tim. Thank you for Lucky 13. Feels weird to be back. It also feels really warm this morning, and I'm glad that the cicadas decided to go quiet just before I went live. Because they were so loud this morning. Because we've just had a bit of a heat wave here, which I wasn't actually home for. It was like 37 or something degrees here for a couple of days. And, yeah. Toasty. Toasty, toasty, toasty. So all the cicadas, all of the noisy insects are out and being very, very loud. Thank you, Chrysil. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thank you, Goro Otoro. Which I'm just saying that way because it's fun. Thanks for the 4 months. And thank you, Nuki World. Thank you for, geez, just shy of 4 years. Alright, so here's the big thing that's changed since you guys last saw this place. It looks very similar right now, but it looks a lot less similar when I get to here. The room is bigger. Much bigger. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you for giving Black Sheep a gift sub. For those unaware, Black Sheep has made a theme tune for Wrong Way Out, as well as having one of his songs in Space Engineers. So, what I was working on here, so this did get vacuumed out eventually. And what I was working on here was making a more expandable whole base cooling setup. And so I was kind of fiddling with ideas of ways to lay out the air conditioners first, to make it so that I had more ability to add extra ones without having to rework the entire thing. Because the old setup here was basically as tightly packed and as... what's the word I'm looking for? Well, it wasn't really expandable because I have my water supply here, which isn't great. And I have all this other stuff that was on the back wall, like jetpack refueling, the ice crusher, etc. And it was just kind of getting to a point where if I wanted to be able to expand each loop, each part of it, it was just going to be hard. So I figured I'd start with something completely new, but understanding where I needed to expand. Because when I made the extensions to a couple of these loops, and finally when I made my pollutant-based cooling loop, I realized that you only actually need one of these counterflow heat exchangers for quite a few condensers and evaporators. So it's really much easier to expand the setup just having the one and plugging in the extra condensers or evaporators. So my thought was start with the air conditioners down here, with this being the first loop. This is and it can expand all the way across, and I can leave myself a little bit of space to go a bit further out as well, so I could, expand this up to, I don't know, what is that, 6, 12, 24, up to 36 air conditioners on each bit, which feels a lot considering I've currently got 6. Good thing not to run out of air while I'm talking. And then what I was going to do after that was then build up each of these water loops fresh and start working my way down. But basically my idea was duplicate the air conditioning setup, hook it in, remove this one. Duplicate the water setup, hook it in, remove that one, and then just gradually shift my way down, which is something I'll just probably do in between streams, unless I run into a problem where I actually need more cooling now. Yeah, Shadow Drake, the storm cooling here has made a heck of a lot of difference. Although, saying that, what temperature is my storm air at? So this is my storm air? Yeah, this is doing well. This is my storm air. It's 381 degrees Celsius, so that's a solid 80 degrees cooler than the regular Venusian atmosphere. And there's a lot of gas in there, so I've actually gotten my big waste tank down to less than 2 megapascals. I am making solid progress through that. Now, are you almost exploding yet? No, you're still okay. Thanks, Dr. Lenny! Thank you for 8 months. Then go outside through my airlock. That's actually not too bad. Although I want to cancel the pressurize because I want to keep priming that line. Needs to get higher pressure. Because these two vents are hooked up to a gas storage system that's behind that wall, with an overflow valve that then goes through this vent. So with... Ooh, no, don't walk back through there when it's still windy. So I want to keep cancelling the pressurize, because that means the pressure within that pipe system is lower. Well, that means that I stop taking the gas out of there to fill this airlock, and instead let the outside air come in, and then that'll gradually keep pressurizing it. So it's getting better, but it still needs some work. Yeah. Now, out here. This is what I was working on last time, and I think I made a meal of it. and I will probably be redoing it. But I was buying liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen, and then trying to evaporate it in a way that was preserving as much of that cold to get to dump my waste heat into. I think it's the best. It's really hard to talk about cold because it's a lack of heat. It's not a thing. Hey, Daz, thank you for a year. No, I did not have breakfast at Tiffany's. TFE was on the other side of Tasmania to where I was. So no. Did not see anyone, was just pure family time while I was down there. I really not noticed how few stars there are at night on Venus. Is this new? This feels really dark. This feels different. Because those look really prominent. And there's like no stars that direction. There's just these ones this way. I'm surprised we can see it, but I thought we could see some at night. Weird. Very weird. Anyway, I can get rid of these vents now. And collect some of these pipe. That space is all evacuated. Cool. I'll tidy up this cable, and then I'll come back out here after I put some stuff away. So, something a lot of you guys were trying to convince me to do last time with the this setup here was use an actual evaporator, and I'm going to do that. But I'm going to do it all inside. I'm not going to do any of it out here. I've also been told that the... Come on, brain. Oh, the tanks on these, on the landing pads, do not have any heat exchange, apparently. So I'm going to have to test that. But apparently they don't. They don't do any heat exchange whatsoever. So I can put tanks onto my pad here and then have pipes from there to get inside to where I want to put all the handling of these very, very, very cold liquids. Alex, the purpose of this series was to build stuff in a game I quite enjoy, and then it kind of got out of hand at some point, and this base got enormous. Which is why every month or so it feels like I've been doing a bit of a run through of the base to show where it's at and what's going on. Because I think for all of us it's kind of useful to remember where it's up to, what I was actually doing. How does Stationeers compare to Space Engineers or Factorio? Tricky. Space Engineers is something I've had a lot of people ask me to compare it to, and it's pretty easy. Space Engineers is physics with solids and, you know, interacting machines, that sort of stuff. That's where it shines. That's where it's got stuff that really makes it stand out as a game. Stationeers stands out with atmospheric physics. You don't get to build complex moving machines, you get to build complex things that deal with atmospherics, pressure differentials, temperature differentials, all that sort of stuff. As well as having a lot of automation options, which for some players of Factorio, I think could probably be seen as quite a positive. But for others might not be. I've previously said where Space Engineers is mechanical engineering, Stationeers is chemical engineering. Which isn't entirely accurate, but it's close enough. Can we add that? You know what? We can, Darkwind. We can. Let me just grab some letters first. I think I've still got some up on the wall here. Don't need my lights on. Letters. I got 3. Need more letters. There we go. Oh. No! I want small letters, not medium letters. Dang it. Yeah, Shadow, that's also an important, like, that's kind of what I was trying to say, but you might have said it more clearly. Yeah. Space Engineers focuses on making cool ships. Stationeers focuses on making cool systems. There we go. And label maker. SE versus Stationeers. There we go. That works. Thanks, Master MSC. Thank you for 29 months. 3428. I have played a lot of KSP, actually, over the years. I even played KSP 2 on stream a number of times. Before everyone realized it was terrible and gonna die. Which is sad. But there's the Kerbal's successor, spiritual successor, that the guys who make Stationeers are working on, amongst many former KSP devs. That looks quite promising, because they're focusing on the technical before the artistic side of things. Which is good. I just hope that they do give enough time to the art and the fun side of it, because if they mess that up, it's not going to feel right anyway. Yeah. Terraformers. Do I not have terraformers up there? It's been a while since anyone asked about terraformers, because that's been a while since it was running, but I'll put it up there. It was asked a lot. For those unfamiliar, this bingo board is things that have been asked a lot during this series. Particularly the broken pipe. Which is why it's on there twice. Yeah, Alex, I honestly hope they don't do kittens. I know that that's their working title, but I really hope they don't do kittens for the successor. There are a lot of problems with cats in general that I think will put a lot of people off, and if they're making a commercial product, I think that's a mistake. But I have to wait to see what the art style is. So my battery room is apparently very, very healthy, which is good. Okay, cool. That was the last thing I wanted to check. Yeah, Daz, I wouldn't mind them going the Star Fox route of various different animals doing different roles, because I think that kind of worked for Star Fox. But I kind of thought it'd be fun if they made them like more chubby little tardigrades or something like that. Something totally different and still quite alien, not too Earth-like. Yeah, Krazil, I think the issue that I see with kittens is there are people who are going to love it, and then there are people who are going to absolutely detest it and make themselves very unpleasant. And it would be, for a commercial product, it seems better just to avoid that altogether. Alright, so what I wanted to do was probably figure out a system for buying gases off this guy and similar guys like him and handling them through my current setup. I want to handle them through my current setup because it means I don't have to have multiple switches out there to manually control to move different gases through. I can just move everything through together. Now, at the moment, I've got 109 kilomoles of oxygen. And apparently I need about 250 before I can pressurize this base, even more since I made this room bigger. But, yeah, 250, it's still quite a long way off. At the moment, I've got this really weird setup, which worked but isn't great for getting those liquids into a usable temperature gas. I'm just going to go check where it's up to. Well, King Cookie, a couple of people have suggested that they use kiwis, so flightless birds. I can honestly kind of get behind that, but the tricky part about birds, especially something like a kiwi, is if they want to do anything where they show the creatures controlling inputs. Because making wings look like believable hands I imagine is quite a challenging thing. Although I suppose you're right, just use beaks. They could just peck at controls. Everything's a switch or a button. They just peck at it. I imagine the animations of that would be challenging, but yeah, I'd be totally... Personally, I'd kind of love for them to go the route of a kiwi or something like that, because I think it'd be fun making flightless birds fly. Yeah, and they can stand on one leg and use the other leg to do stuff. And, you know, it's a Kiwi company that's making the game, so promoting a New Zealand bird seems on brand for them, given the things that they've included in Icarus. What about setting up airlocks to the gas room and pressurize the main corridor area? The problem with that, Dragoon, is then I need a suit at each airlock. For the way I want to set things up. So that's why I've been waiting to do the whole base in one go. I think I've just got a pipe out here. So what I want to do is bring a liquid and a gas. No, two liquids. So if I want to be able to sell them, I need to be able to bring... No, let's just focus on importing gases rather than exporting things yet. I've got the gases sorted, because they just go through here. Condensation is happening in the pipe. How much? Not much. Okay, so we got gases going there, and so I just need to bring the liquids in. So I need a bunch of liquid pipe and then decide where I'm going to do my liquid handling, which will probably be next to that pollutant tank. Yeah, Kiwi Space Program. It even has the right letters for them to cheekily work with, but I'm sure they would have to go for something quite different for it to not be potentially trademark infringing. Kookaburras are very good flyers, so I don't think they'd be as funny as a flightless bird. And the fun thing about a flightless bird flying things is that then when things go wrong, it's the same problems that we as humans face. Alright, so I want to move my water up here to clear this the bottom area, but I also want to try and keep the bottom floor free for cooling areas, which means any handling of ice cold fluids needs to happen up here. I think I might remove some of these extra bits I've got going on here at the moment, because they're just kind of gonna get in the way. Let's check what this is at so I can remove it. Right, pump on. Pressure 0. What are you? 37.7 megapascals. Oh, that's outside. Cool. Alright, disconnect all this stuff then. Yeah, exactly, Black Sheep. It also sounds like a good narrative option to me. I don't know what Rocketworks will eventually go with. I do know that at the stage they're at with the project, I don't think they're really thinking about that side of things too much. So I don't think the art team is really the main focus of progress right now. My impression is that they're still very much at the developer, programmer art, which I think is quite fair. But as someone who can't do any programmy stuff, it's not easy to think about the art style. Alright, I'll just get rid of that to there. So that's a convenient full stack. Hey, Arcar Zero. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah. I'd honestly just like to hear that they're open to not... I think they've said maybe somewhere that... I don't know. I'd like to hear that they're open to other ideas other than kittens. How much O2 have I built up so far? I have built up 106 killer moles. Let's grab these. Over in the shelf. And... thanks, Web Switch. Thanks for the prime sub. Yes, I do have a broken... the broken pipe is technically not in my airlock anymore. I mean, the other one wasn't either. It was sort of outside. So I guess it's the same thing. Alright, filtration units. Let's get rid of you guys. Wait, no, you've got a... IC chip in your... Just heard I felt like I just heard wind when I did that, but I think it's okay. No, where'd you go? I'm just going to chuck this over here where I've actually got support to put it down. Also, I think I just put those two in the wrong spot. I definitely did. They are 100% in the wrong spot. The wrong way around. Let's not leave them like that, because I will definitely forget. It should be that way. Okay, it's better. What else can I remove here? I can remove most of this orange pipe, it looks like. So I think this used to connect to outside. But I think I've reconnected the part that needed to get connected to outside. So let's just trace it back. See where it ends. Oh, right. Okay, I see where this ends. This ends at my jetpack filler, which I'm going to replace, so I'll just leave it where it is now. And I'll just get rid of the rest of this pipe. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with the gas, whether I want to move it to the back wall or whether I want to leave it where it is and run pipes to support it. In fact, does it look supported on the pipes? I'm not sure it will. Yeah, it should do. It should do. There is an air gap there, but it's not too bad in the scheme of things. That can do. Alright. Now, I did connect... Yeah, there we go. So this pipe goes outside. Because this pipe goes to my, my cooler furnace, the one that just uses outside gas to run everything. So if I want to use that for my jetpack, I can. But what I think I will actually do is probably use my proper cooled CO2 for an indoor jetpack versus an outdoor jetpack eventually. So the indoor one uses the cooled CO2 and the outdoor one uses the hot CO2. Right. Next thing. I kind of want to tidy this loop up a little bit. Because it's just kind of getting in the way of me doing other things right now. So we'll pop that there. Bring this down. This loop, this section of piping goes to my cooler storm gas. So I do need to keep it connected, which means I'm probably going to end up disconnecting and reconnecting it multiple times. And rearranging it just as it continues to get in my way. Cool. Freed up some pipe too. Wanted to be careful to avoid doing that. So I can push all the gas back in. There we go. How was my time off? Oh yeah, probably could talk about that. It was delightful. I very much enjoyed being able to spend every day with Toby and my partner and just doing stuff as our little family. Going on very long bushwalks on day one, where I had Toby in a backpack for about 13 kilometers of trail walking. That included several hundred stairs. So that was tiring, but was really some amazing views and a really, really cool beach that we ended up getting to. Which would have been more idyllic if it didn't have a giant seal carcass on it. So you know, there was some imperfections there, but yeah, it was it was otherwise a very idyllic white sand beach in a very cold part of the world. This is Tasmania, so it's a long way south. But it was a beautiful sunny day, so it was actually, and like 90 something percent humidity. So even though it was only like 22 degrees, it felt warm. Yes. Nature in all its perfect glory. Yes. A delightful white sand beach had a dead seal on it that had washed up in a storm that I think before. Just one sec, filling up a water bottle. Yeah, it'll happen. That's what it is. Jote, I'm not sure anything smells that bad when it's just sleeping. It was unpleasant. Shadow, is it really hot in your attic or is it really cold in your attic right now? Because I feel like you get both. Wait, are you even still in your attic? Chilly. Well, it's currently not even 7 a.m. and it is 27 degrees in my shed right now. So we're back to that time of year where I'm complaining about how hot it is inside my shed. So, yeah. I really need to get the air conditioner on my car fixed. That's more urgent than an air conditioner for my shed. My car's air conditioner died a week and a bit before I went away, and I'm like, yeah, that's not a problem I'm fixing until I get back. Okay, I need a bunch of insulated liquid pipe. Probably more than that. Means I need some silicon. Let's go see if any silicon has been collected by my deep miners. Thanks, Chelfez! Thank you for 2 years! No silicon down here. Okay. I should probably... Let's see how much iron and copper is there. What's the current goal? The current goal is... get the very cold liquids handling system set up better than what I did before. Because what I did before didn't really cut it. Wow. Look at all that iron. Wonder if this is causing a backlog. Not sure that it would have, but it might have. Nice. Thanks, Tabbit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This away, and I'll grab the copper one. Now, I know there are ways to load up these backpacks automatically. But I also feel like that's not the most urgent thing for me to work on. And I kind of like how this looks in its current setup, which is always going to make me keep something around longer than I should. Okay. I don't know what to do with all the coal. But at least I'm not having to hand mine much now. Yep, I looked at the farm. The Larrys were working normally. Which unfortunately means if we go up there later and they're not, it's my code that's the problem, not the game's code. Which is not what I wanted to learn. Alright, I've got 350 silicon. Hopefully that'll be enough for making a whole bunch of pipe. Let's off-gas this in here. I'll actually do this properly. Try and off-gas in the furnace that cost me nothing to run. And then just use a teeny tiny little bit of hot gas to run the rest of it. Yeah, I would run the coal to the generator or at least stack some coal and charcoal in the generator, except my power bank is actually completely full. So there's like zero urgency to do that. I was going to ask if it's still playing Willy Wonka in space selling chocolate for money when I remembered his dog's name. Yeah, Charlie's not here at the moment because Charlie had to go to a kennel while we were away. And so my partner's going to go pick her up when they open this morning. It feels really weird. Feels really, really weird to not have her here. I don't like it. Right, processing. Close that up. Thanks, Cole. Thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you, Ratpink. Thank you for 25 months. How does Charlie like the kennel? She seems to be okay there. She, I think, gets a bit nervous away from home, and then runs around like a lunatic. So she always comes back having lost a bit of weight. But, like, the breeds that she is, there's greyhound in there, so that's kind of to be expected. For her to be a bit nervous in that environment and do that. So what we do, or have done before she goes to the kennel, is we just give her more food. So that she can stand losing some weight while she's there. I just let her put on a bit of extra, a little bit of something extra so that she's got something to lose. Because she's naturally quite a skinny dog. But yeah, it's, I don't think she'll be spending much time in the kennel over the next couple of years because I don't think my partner and I would be likely to try and take a 2-year-old away anywhere. Yeah, and Toby needs his best friend around. The two of them get along very well. Alright, that should be enough pipe to at least get started. So I don't need to worry about the gas handling, I just need to bring a liquid pipe in. And I think bringing it just over the top here makes the most sense. Because then I can put all the handling for it right in front of it. Let's do this. turn on my light.
Hydration critical.
Oh. No saddle for... No saddle. If I was going to get one, it would have to be something just for a plush toy to go in, because dogs' backs can't handle that. Much as Charlie looks like a horse, and looks like she should be able to. I know she can't. Thanks, Kinamaru. Thank you for 21 months. Hexadimensional, the place that Charlie goes to is actually pretty awesome. And the reason we picked it is that one of our friends, Great Dane, has been going there for daycare and kennel stuff for about 4 years. And was actually... And that Great Dane is the brother of the Great Dane that's owned by one of the people that works there. And so there's connection to the place, so it's as confident as you can be in a setup like that. Oh yeah, that's a fair point, 30 Mile. A cart that Charlie can tow could be something, although she's a lunatic. I don't think that would be safe. Oh, that sucks, Kinamaru. I hope she gets through it okay. That really sucks. Alright, so one of the things I was trying to do last time here was make a somewhat more efficient, power efficient setup, because I was like, oh no, I shouldn't use an evaporator loop because it's going to use power. Then I use a pump that uses more power than it. Also, I did kind of want to fiddle with my own setup and figure out how to make it work, but that's beside the point. What I've made is terrible, and I need to make something better. So what I'm going to do is bring this pipe down. And we will try and empty this whole system out. I should be able to do with the evaporator. Don't need that pump there anymore. I think having all of this stuff moved inside where I can then mess with it and have control over it would make a lot more sense as well. Okay, cool. Doctron cart with a roll cage. Yeah. It would need that. Would absolutely need that. I mean, it'd be great if Charlie was calm enough dog to do it, because it'd be some great exercise for her. But yeah, with the way she is, I don't think so. Tried that with a sled with my German Shepherd Roddy mix growing up. Wound up getting dragged down the street with the sled on my back like a turtle shell. Yeah. Yep. It's all about the anchor point of the sled, isn't it? If you're holding onto the reins, then the the reins are pulling above your center of mass, and you're going to topple forward. It's going to be so bad. The things space engineers reminds me of. Let's put these up here. Nope, that is it. not a duplicate. Right, need a phase change device.
Hunger critical.
Oh, you tied the sled and he's... Oh, he managed to flip... probably flipped you backwards rather than being... because you weren't being pulled at center of mass. Yeah, it went the other way. I'm playing with super cooled liquids, so risks are at hand. Let's say that. I am doing things today that are risky. Alright, I want to quickly check something. So, what I want to set up is an evaporation chamber. So, let's use Celsius to make my easier for my brain. I want the liquid to evaporate only once... So if I set the chamber pressure to, say... what? 12 kilopascals? Evaporation shouldn't happen below that temperature? Part of my brain that's telling me no, it doesn't work that way, and then the other part's like, yeah, it totally should work that way. Yeah, sure, could go 13. Yeah, let's have a look at this. So there are two things I want to be able to do here. Oh, wait. And then the other thing was nitrogen. Yeah, see, this is the problem. If I have different gases coming through, so nitrogen's going to happily evaporate, leaving me with minus 220 degrees at that same pressure. So I'm going to need to, depending on which gas is coming through, I'm going to need to change the pressures I'm working with, and nitrogen's going to evaporate no matter what. And that's going to freeze everything, which is a problem. I don't know how I'm going to best handle liquid nitrogen. Hmm. Wear gloves, yes. Yeah, I think what I'm going to have to do this as a two-stage thing. Kind of like what I've got outside. Where I evaporate to a gas. The gas then... So I evaporate from the very cold liquid to a slightly less cold gas. I then heat exchange that gas with the cool storm gas. And then I pump that gas out to complete vacuum. So then I can bring the next gas through, because nitrogen's going to come through so much colder than oxygen that it will actually freeze the oxygen, causing pipes and things to explode. I mean, I can evaporate my water. It's a little annoying to do that. This is so annoying. I'm gonna need multiple setups, aren't I? I'm gonna need a diversion valve just for when I buy water. So I'm gonna need a pump. Okay. So we are gonna need that liquid tank that I put away. I think I have an idea of how I want to do this now. Oh, I was looking at water and oxygen. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, oxygen's down here too. That's still going to be too cold. It doesn't matter what pressure I'm working at for the evaporation chamber, it's still going to be too cold. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Both are going to work the same. Let's see if I explode anything. Doing this. I'm thinking I might have a storage tank in here. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I can just put some inline tanks and I'll have enough storage. Okay. So let's get this evaporation chamber set up. So that's the main thing. So let's bring it toward the front and I can put tanks behind it if I need to. Then let's fit a tank in behind and then place it. So I know I've got enough room. Hopefully this is only burst pipe if I do things badly. I hope that's as bad as it gets. Cargo Larry for exchanging filters. That was something I decided to push way down the line because I spent so long with the planting Larrys that I was like, yeah, I'll leave that for a bit. I'll fiddle with that if I get the urge to do more Larry stuff. Because I think there's a lot of extra learning involved in that for me. So I thought I'd make that a later on problem. Thanks, Sherry. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you very much. Oh. But these are a little block higher than they should be. Okay, let's not make that error twice. I'll put the cable down to let me know where the floor should be. Gate, I was on holidays. There was nothing to worry about. This is all planned. Okay. Now the evaporation chamber's in the right spot. Gotta have, I find it's useful to have a break every now and then to kind of refresh and have some time just to think of some new ideas. Because I've got a couple of new concepts that popped into my head while I was away. Things to do. Okay, then heat exchange connection and gas output. So I need a gas. Maybe I just need inline tanks. No, I need a full tank because I'm gonna need to heat exchange this thing up to a safe temperature before I pump it out. And it could get quite large volume. Yeah, I don't know what the heck went on with my schedule. I'm gonna say Twitch was broken because I had it on holiday mode, so it should have suspended the streams, but it didn't. So their holiday mode thing is busted. But I did set that up for the exact time I was away, so it should have suspended the streams and it didn't. I don't know what the heck was going on there. Mr. Impatient, nothing added any of these mods. This is all the base game. There we go. At least on LC's side, it showed the streams is cancelled. So what I'm hearing is Twitch once again cannot make a product that actually does things reliably. Great. Fantastic. I'll just make those. I don't think I need a big tank. More Conan this weekend. That's the plan. Assuming Shadow's still on board for that. She has not said any different, so I think so. I hope so. There we go. Wasn't sure if you were still here, Shadow. So yes, Shadow is impatiently waiting for more. Perfect. Because we were just at the point where we were about to get our own little community started. I'm going to persist in calling it something nice, even though it's very patently obvious it's not. Then this is the cooling line. So that's going to be heat exchange goes from here. There we go. Yes, the spare food for Shadow community, yes. Alright, so crank the pressure up in here because I want it to be evaporating at as warm a temperature as it can. Let's see what happens. So we currently have nothing on this side. We have a tiny bit of gaseous O2 on this side. I am curious as to what happens here. I don't know whether the evaporation chamber is going to be able to get any of that out of this system. Don't think it will. But let's find out. So if I turn this on. No. Can I put it? How am I going to get rid of it? I need to get rid of that gas out of the liquid pipes. I'm trying to think how to best do that. The purge valve. But I need to do it in a way that it's not going to be at that temperature. Well, there's not much of it, so hopefully it'll be okay. pre-pump to pressurize it. That doesn't get rid of all of it. And I do need to get rid of all of it. It needs to go to complete vacuum. What? Where's the purge under? Where's the purge? Pressure regulator. I do not have one on the wall. So I think, unfortunately, this is going to have to be an extra setup part of it for clearing this when I need it cleared. Which is a bit annoying. Also, is there a variant of this? No. Oh. I can do that. Might look tidy enough. So this would only get turned on when I'm ready to accept the next gas. So this system is unfortunately still going to be quite manual. I genuinely cannot think of a way to avoid that. Just tidying this up, since this is all going to be quite visible. I mean, I assumed that the stuff in Conan was going to be a bit like most games are that have any sort of people you can collect, that they just do jobs for you and they act as part of the automation loop because the game is set in an era where mechanical automation wouldn't make sense. So hopefully I'm not too wrong on that. Alright, so purge valve, I want this at 0. Let's see what happens. So that should be fine. Now I think I bought all of the oxygen. Let's see if I do have any more liquid. Tariel, that was an evil, evil act DE did to you. You should definitely stay away from Eve. This is a dangerous place. A true hive of scum and addictive Excel spreadsheeting. Whoop. You want to be fancy, IC chip, purge only on when there's gas, no liquid. Oh yeah, could automate that part of it that way, yeah. Okay, I've sold out, it's sold out of oxygen, but I've got the liquid nitrogen I could buy. And some bulk water to buy. So I need to set up for buying both of those now. Okay, cool. Just wanted to check where I was at. Eve Offline is also known as Avorion. I genuinely got a lot of similar vibes out of Avorion to what I did out of Eve. Although, I would prefer a less predictable galaxy in Avorion to make it really feel like Eve. I'd like one where it's not just this everything's getting harder and better as you get towards the core thing. I'd prefer it just to be these regions are dangerous and they're smattered about the place, and so you have different places you can go, and maybe you're trying to find a sneaky way to get through a dangerous sector to get to a safe sector, much like the EVE Online galaxy is set up. Right, so we've now got a gas, which means we need to be able to heat exchange this gas with this pipe as well. Convenient. Let's make a heat exchanger. Hey, okay. Don't think I need to do counterflow. I just need a plain old heat exchanger. Yeah. Robin, I am good today. I've just been on a week-and-a-half break, and I am feeling really warm and sweaty. But other than that, feeling quite good. Had a very lovely time with my partner and Obi. Been very good. I don't think I need anything else other than the steel for that. And Toby was a little champion on the trip. Like, lots of driving, 2 flights, and he was just great. He just was... He like... very few tantrums, which is especially surprising given he's a toddler and should be throwing them left, right, and center if he wants to. Yeah, not a... It was... Didn't even really need to resort to things like, shoving him in front of a screen to placate him on the plane. He got bored of everything I tried to offer him and would rather and preferred to read a book instead. Made me, you know, just a touch proud of him. Yeah, I did. The thing that did grab his attention for a little bit, a decent amount of time on my phone though, was pictures of, well, videos of excavators excavating. That was his drug of choice. Downloaded 2.5 hours of like mining equipment and stuff and things, that sort of stuff, doing their work. And he watched it for probably about 15 minutes on the plane, all up, which isn't bad. A 1.5-year-old. Yeah, he doesn't get screen time the rest of the time, so it's a novelty for him still. And yes, excavators are pretty damn cool. Why do you think I play Space Engineers? Should have seen how hard my partner rolled her eyes when I suggested it, and then she's like, "Oh no, you're right. You're right. It's gonna work. It's probably gonna work." And then she saw him with it and was like, "Okay, yep, you were right. That does work." All right, so this should now be warm. Yep. Which means we can then have that get pumped into the pre-cooled loop. I feel like I might just leave it on as an always-on pump. No. It needs to only go on when it's warm enough. What was I looking for? I was looking for turbo pump. It needs some more insulated pipe. Although I think I remember throwing some on the ground earlier, so there should be more in there. So I want to connect to this bit. So that's my pre-cooled, my before the cooling bit, which extends around the back here conveniently to there. We can go turbo pump on the wall. Like that. And then I have these down here. Pipe analyzer. Yeah, eventually I suppose I'll put a pipe analyzer in here. When I'm actually ready to hook up any sort of automation of this, sure. As you guys well know though, I'm quite partial to doing things manually first and making sure I have something that works before I go and try and automate something that I'm not sure is going to work. Basically, I don't have much confidence that I've actually got something that's going to function. Okay, let's put the purge valve on. Let's see if we can evacuate this entirely. It's going to be pretty slow, unfortunately. That's pretty hot, but we need to pump all that out. It is going up in pressure. It is now going down. Good. I think that's everything I technically need for this. I'll hook that tank up once this is at vacuum so that I can get rid of the one outside and simplify this whole piping situation. And then I can remove all that at some point. Now I need to have a way to handle this with water. So I need a way to pump. So once this is at vacuum, I can then pump water into my water system. So need an alternate liquid pump. And then take water down and across. Maybe I'll put the water pump off on the wall here. Put it above that one where it's still nice and going to be nice and easily accessible. I might move this turbo pump up so that I've got a straight section there, so if I need to put a pipe analyzer on, it'll be easy to place. Should have thought about while I was putting it in there in the first place, but I didn't. What do you mean by how heat moves, Tuvamage? As far as I can tell, it's represented as joules of energy moved. It moves from one volume to another. It's pretty much as you would expect in the real world. Oh, you're curious how much my system is actually moving. Right, I get what you mean. Like how many joules I'm actually moving. Sorry. I thought you were talking game system, not my setup. Misinterpreted. You can get a rough idea of how much I'm moving through the system by looking at any particular loop. Because any of them is going to be a bottleneck. Or bottlenecked by wherever the bottleneck is. So if I look at any of them, it should give me the total heat moved. Any closed section. So the easiest closed section to look at is these guys. So the amount of heat moved is 9.1. So I think these are all about 9.2 on average. Yeah. So if we just say for simplicity 9. So we've got 6 9s. Then we've got also this thing moving 17.9 kilojoules. So that takes us up to like 63? No, more than that. 71? $71 kilojoules or something? Moved? Am I still going to relocate the water tank? Yeah. Not urgent though. And the piping will still, the water piping that I've connected to will still remain as it is. Down to a few pascals. And vacuum. Sweet. Now let's hook this up. We'll go out and disconnect outside, and hopefully by the time that's done, I can buy some water and pump it through. But I'm going to need a purge valve for the water as well, aren't I? The remaining gaseous water I can chuck through this way and just filter through. That's not that big a deal. Yeah, that's fine. It's only a little bit wasteful. Not too bad. Hang on. I'll fix that when I come back. It's still working. Yeah, I think I'm doing the maths correctly in terms of amount of heat moved through. Or calculating it based off the nope, cancel. The total on one side of that loop plus the exchange from the counterflow. 71 kilojoules. I have no idea whether that's a little or a lot. I can say this much, it's enough. It's enough for my current purposes. Because my rate of added heat to the system is less than my rate of clearance. So there's that. Alright, let's pull you up. Oh good, 2 more purge valves. I don't know what to do with this tank. What is in that tank? It's going to be oxygen, isn't it? Alright. What's in these pipes? Is there much? 6.41 moles. It's really not much. I don't think I can be bothered dealing with that. I'm just going to remove these. Okay, and then how much is in this side? 112 moles. Still not an awful lot compared to... Oh wait, no, this one's got more. It's got the tank. Yeah, it's got 5.7 kilomoles. So I do need to pump that out. Which means I need to get that. I think the simplest way for me to clear that will be to bring it connected up to here. So I need to probably bring a bunch of extra pipe out here. I can do that. Because then I can just use my existing methods of clearing that gas. I think. Get those kilomoles inside. And at least I've cleared up the mess I started last time. Emery, there's such a thing as turning off your caps lock. It's quite advisable to make any messages you send seem much more friendly and much less aggressive. Tank away and pipes, which we've got plenty now. Yes. Oh, your Bluk. I might be right! Oh. Yeah, I should have known this was going to be the result of me saying that. Many comments. Alright, so I didn't bring a pump. Of course I didn't bring a pump. Who would bring a pump when you need a pump? Doesn't make any sense to bring a pump when you need a pump. Okay, so I should just be able to hook up the pump to there. I'll remove these, because these don't need to be here now. Oof. Outcast, that's... Does the same person who always replies on Teams in all caps also always reply all to emails? Because I feel like they would. Makes sense not to bring a pump when you need one. If you bring a pump, you can't delay stuff. I mean, if you're being paid by the hour, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Hey, Zuriel. Thank you for 29 months. It's going good. Reply all in all caps with a question that was answered in the email they're replying to. Oh, yeah, I can see that happening. Many times. You're just... why can't people read when the stuff's there? And then I say that and I'm like, oh yeah. I might have I feel like I sometimes make that error when I'm like quickly trying to read through something. But then I rarely will actually action it until I have read the thing properly. Is this the same base I started on Venus? Yeah, this is my only playthrough I've ever done on Venus. This base has just evolved and evolved and evolved, and I know it's kept me interested while I've been playing it. Hopefully it's kept a few of you guys interested. Oh, I missed on. Thanks, Traveling Ham. Thank you for the 3 months. Did see all the legs of ham at the supermarket yesterday. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Even though we've reached fairly far down the line. Oh, wrong way. Alright, that's gonna take a long time to pump out, I think. Especially because it's not actually connected to anything. That would help. There we go. Thanks, JFix. Thanks for the 7 months. No, I'm nowhere near. The thing about Stationeers is there's always, and especially with the way the cooling is such a pain in the backside here on Venus, there's always more for me to do. And none of the, like I've reached a stage where yes, I could spend most of my time on just tidying things up, trying to make them look pretty, that sort of thing. But honestly, I'm still adding functions. Like, I still can't easily buy gases from the traders, and I definitely can't sell them to them. I haven't built any rockets yet. There's quite a bit that I haven't actually done. Oh, hopefully Maddie's gonna be good from now on, Daz.
Hydration critical.
Alright, that's going okay. That's not going to take too long to pump out. That's good. We've got... That's at vacuum. I'm going to test what I've been told about the tanks, and we're going to buy some liquid water and see if it changes temperature. If everything inside is clear for me to buy some more liquid water.
Hunger caution.
I did read something on the Stationeers Discord yesterday, which did make me a little happy, a little interested in playing some time, spending some time on the Vulcan, which is someone's made a Vulcan, a modified Vulcan that doesn't have all of the lava tube chasm things that make the terrain awful to navigate. It's a smoother surface. That's the only change they made. I kind of like that. Let's check. Where are we up to? We've got nothing in there. We've got nothing in there. Excellent. We can turn you off. And should now be able to buy water. But I need to build one of those tanks onto my platform. Yeah, less craggy Vulcan, just so you can move around a bit. Not sure I still have a atmospherics thing for the platform, so I think it's electronics. Actually, what is it? Landing. Landing pad, gas and liquid storage. Or is it only gas storage? Let's find out. There haven't been any recent... The last post I saw on their Discord was about the rain that they'd added and plants on the terrain. But it seems like their terrain rework is probably being pushed back a bit as they've recently updated to a newer version of Unity. Or they're testing that on the beta branch, I think. I think I saw that in beta announcements yesterday, if I didn't misinterpret what was written. So there are... I think we're going to be waiting a little while before we see the terrain update. Oh. Probably should have read what I needed for that before I came out here. Delightful. Hey, Tess. Yeah, I wonder if I can find... Can't remember who posted it. I don't know whether it was Maddie or one of the other devs. Can I do from insert a role? No. Yeah, I don't think that works. Oh well. Oh, actually, his last thing was this that he posted. This was a GIF of their light scattering, but that was a while ago. Oh, that was yesterday. Huh. Maybe Maddie did post it. Let's see if I can search back further. Ah, here we go. There's the plants. Once it loads. Yeah. Plants on a surface in Space Engineers. Part of their terraforming expansion they're working on. I don't know who posted the rain picture, though. Oh, it was Maddie as well. Cool, here we go. And raining. Outside raining. Did I say Space Engineers? And when I meant Stationeers? Whoopsie. My bad. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. What? No. Terraforming in Stationeers. I actually think terraforming in Stationeers is more interesting than terraforming in Space Engineers. There really aren't the systems in Space Engineers to make that exciting. But yeah, some pretty cool stuff they've shown off, but I think it's still... it feels like it's still a ways off because they haven't mentioned anything, and the upgrade to a newer version of Unity makes me think it's probably still a ways off. Look at that. Look at that gas mix. It's perfect. How much have we got? I can take that downstairs later. Do. Oh, that's right, Simon. I did see that. There is an Icarus suit. Wait, is that a space suit, a hard suit, or just a get around your pressurized space thing? Let's have a look. Icarus helmet. Icarus suit. I'm going to guess that this thing is not suitable for Venus. Okay, yeah, it's the same as a basic. No, don't print two of them. Oh, hang on. I do a thing. Let's see if this works. I'm not sure this is going to work. There we go. I had a feeling I'd placed that too far backwards. Can I balance it? No! Yep. Horrifying and adorable. I'm going to guess that their helmet is a perfect sphere. Or at least round in this aspect. It's probably not going to sit on anything. Well, I might sit up there. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. What was I doing? I was in here for a reason, and I've already forgotten. What was it? Oh, what was it? Tank! All good, Simon. I get distracted regardless, and I'm particularly badly distracted today. It's first day back from a holiday, and yeah, I'm a bit out of practice, and oh, I'm worse than usual. Let's say that much. Just bring regular tank, didn't I? Yeah. There we go. Alrighty. So, let's buy some water. Let's see what happens. I'm just gonna buy one. Oh wait, no, hang on. I'm gonna turn off the pump. Now let's see what happens. So, we now have, in this tank, 1.01 liters of water, with no heat or gas, with no heat exchange. So yeah, you can store stuff in your pad perfectly. You do not need to worry about pumping it out super fast. Tested and confirmed with what I was told. So it acts as an insulated tank, which is nice. Even though it doesn't use insulated tanks. I should be able to buy a whole bunch more than I was before, shouldn't I? Without this all exploding. Can hold 586 liters, so yeah, we're good. Alright, let's go see what's happening inside now that I bought that water and see if I can get it pumped out, and then I can buy the liquid nitrogen and see what happens with it. And then I can send this trader away. And go sell some more chocolate. It's time for ice cream. Oh my gosh. Such good ice cream while I was away. Oh. Always feels weird to me that cold places have such good ice cream. And why you would want to eat ice cream in cold places, but man. The last time I had ice cream that good was when I was in New Zealand. Well, I imagine originally, pre-refrigeration, cold places developed a culture of ice cream because nowhere else could actually do it. Oh no, I left this on. Should have turned that off. I've just been evaporating that water. Or will I? Nope. No water has evaporated. Water has gotten into the evaporation chamber though, which is annoying. Alright, so... we currently have water there, and we can pump out what's there. Onto this side. It's at a safe temperature, and we just want to get it all out. I was in Tasmania. Yeah. Tiffany land. Yes, I was in Tasmania for the last week and a half. It was really humid. Unpleasantly so. Okay, have we got any evaporated? No. Alright, so this is going to try and build up to a pressure where it can then evaporate. But I probably want to drop this down. I probably want to just use the label maker. So I should have turned this off, and I should drop this to 13. Or actually possibly even to 0 to try and clear the water fully out. Alright, so we're going to get water vapor in there that's going to be hot. We can then pump that out. And we should purge valve this as well. Turn that off because it's done. Basically no liquid left. No, I didn't visit TFE. Was on the opposite side of the island from him. I think I actually do need to drop this to 0. Because I need to get all of the liquid and gas out. Need to actually purge this chamber. Isn't that like an hour drive? No, no, it's not. I don't know what compares in size to Tasmania. Hang on, let's see if we can get a picture of Tasmania versus Wales. Size. There we go. Assuming this map is accurate. This. It's probably a similar land area to Ireland. But it's all very mountainous and rugged and yeah, and yes, they did a series of Alone in Tasmania. Because it has that isolated in parts that it actually worked for their style of show. Except Ireland doesn't smile. Oh, poor Irish. I think traveling in Tasmania would be more, if you're Canadian, would probably be more similar to things over on the west coast of Canada. Whereas the middle of Australia is like the hot version of the middle of Canada. It's flat. And there's not much to see. Alright, so this is all working. I've just got to clear this out so then I can buy the liquid nitrogen and handle it. The liquid pipes are empty, so I can turn off the purge valve. Just got to wait for the turbo pump to fully evacuate this. That's off. That's off, so I can buy the liquid nitrogen now. Yes, there's a lot less ice hockey in the middle of Australia, yes. There's a lot less ice hockey in Australia. Yeah. Sizes of places are weird. There's a little island, well, I say little island off the coast of the southeast coast of Tasmania called Bruny Island, which apparently has the same land area as Singapore. But I'd be surprised if more than a couple of thousand people live there. None of it's under... They had a big storm recently, but none of it was underwater. Alright, liquid nitrogen. Let's buy all of it, I guess. We got some heat exchange going in and the pressure's rising. Now let's go inside. Yeah, there are enough Canadian expats that live in Australia that ice hockey does exist, and there are competitions and there are ice rinks in a few places. One of the guys I used to work with he's Canadian and he still regularly plays here. Yeah, but Tasmania is small. By Australian standards, Tasmania is it's our least populous state. Which means if you want to make your vote count the most, that's where you go. Yeah, Tassie is small. Western Australia is big. Thanks, Poisonous Dwarf. Thank you for the 16 months. Oh, Kazmar, I used to date a Canadian, so I'm familiar. I very much enjoy watching ice hockey. I think it's a fantastic sport. It is a great spectator sport, ice hockey, because it flows. It moves. It's constant. There isn't much downtime. I always enjoyed playing the ice hockey games, like the NHL games. Back in the early days, my brother and I used to play them a lot. It is funny though. I do enjoy watching sport from time to time. I've never watched enough to. I've never been particularly. My family are all sports nuts, so sport was always on TV at home. So I've watched a lot of those things, and I think ice hockey is one of the better ones. Which is why I went to see some when I went to the US and Canada for the first time. And it was quite a fun match. With some, interesting social commentary on the side. From one of the security guards at the stadium. Saying to my girlfriend and I, you guys really shouldn't be where you are right now. It's not really safe. As we were trying to find our way into the stadium in Detroit. It was good advice. He was really friendly. It was really friendly. It was, yeah. The whole experience was actually awesome. Hooray! We are cooling. Or we're warming the nitrogen. Just taking even more heat out of the system, which is fantastic. Oops, did not mean to do that. I just put liquid nitrogen into my water supply. Ah. Oh well. I'm now using nitrogen to pressurize my pipes. Press the wrong button. Shouldn't be a problem. It should just be a small enough amount that it'll just remain gaseous the whole time. I mean, I'll say this much. I was glad Detroit won the match. But it was really cool. We went to a sports bar at dinner and before the match. And the people there got, like, I was chatting to the people there. It was very wholesome and a fun experience. It was cool. Alright, there we go. I've slightly pressurized the system to remove the gaseous water from it by pumping some nitrogen in, which is what people have suggested I do for my cooling loops, but now it's just in my regular water supply. But yeah, the security guard recommended where we went for dinner, and it was really fun. Chatting with some locals. I love that stuff about traveling when you actually get a chance to do that. Alright, that's going to be working for a bit. Now... what next? Another trader, I suppose. And then I probably need to look at getting a bit more CO2, although it is accumulating. It has to, so I could possibly plant another farm out. Get my oxygen supply up quicker, but I think I'll try and get the CO2 supply up first, so I don't end up with that bad situation of running out of CO2 because my plants are consuming it so fast. Yes, at least it wasn't volatiles that I shoved through there. That would have been real bad. There's a reason I did not do that. I did not buy volatiles. Because feared my setup might not cope well with that. Alright, what will you buy? Just fuel. Okay, I think I've got everything I want from you. See ya. Now, who else have we got? Asteroid assayers, you might be perfect. Because I need to make more money back, because my cash is now a bit low. I'm thinking you're an alloy trader. Yeah, Black Sheep, 100%. I had an amazing experience in Nicaragua for precisely that reason. My mate and I were waiting at a bus stop in was it Nicaragua? Guatemala, sorry. Got myself mixed up. In Guatemala. We were waiting for a bus. We were waiting for a bus to go across the border into Guatemala. And while at the bus stop met a really cool person who ran a what's the wrong type? Nuts. Really cool person who ran a hostel in the town we were going to, as well as a restaurant, which worked out to be very fortunate when the person who was when our hotel locked us out in the middle of late in the evening, we were wandering around the town trying to figure out how to get back in because they weren't answering the doorbell, they weren't answering the phone number that they left, nothing. And we ran into her, we'd been to her restaurant for dinner that night. We ran into her driving around and she's like, "What's up?" We explained the situation and she let us stay in her restaurant that night. So we had actually somewhere to sleep. So yeah, you're useless. Could have sold him a bunch of food, but a whole lot of work canning all that stuff. Build ink, 6x6. I have to cut that down really accurately. So let's just get this one. Why do they lock you out? Apparently they lock the hotel after a certain time and the night person is meant to let you in. The night person decided not to do any of their job. And so we were locked out. We could not get back in. And and the two of us very much stuck out like sore thumbs because, yeah, both relatively tall. Oh, that's a... What? No, I'm not doing it. Bread loaf, corn soup, tomato... that's a lot of work. Have anything I want? No. See ya. Build. Contact needs 69 watts. 600 seconds. Okay. So we're currently at 15 degrees from contact. If I go to 27, is that going to make this worse or better? Should probably have just moved a few degrees rather than 10. I feel like that's made it a lot worse. So that's going very slowly. Oh, it's slow anyway. Alright. I'm gonna ignore that. There's no way I'm gonna lock this thing down in 2 minutes. I could get a bigger antenna. I think. Yeah, I've got the medium. And get a bigger one. You could use other ones to hopefully figure out which one's finding stuff more quickly. Or you could have the... You could probably set up some You can set up some logic to gradually scan for things. But... I just haven't really worried about it all that much. Alright. So... With that done, what do I want to do next? I was hoping to get an alloy trader so I could make some more solar panels. Because if I'm going to expand my cooling setup, I'm going to need more power. The medium dish is painfully slow to move. I think the large dish might be a torture device. I think you might be right, Daz. Oh, did I miss that? I might have missed that. Thanks, Poisonous Dwarf. Would it work with multiple dishes in multiple orientations so one is always close? Yeah, but for the 6x6 trader that I was looking at there, you have to get it basically spot on, so you would need an enormous array of them to have one that is always spot on. Alright, so what do I need for the fancy solar panels? So there was something about them that I didn't want to have to make. Is it Astraloy needed a lot of... Yeah, Astraloy. I want to try and buy the Astraloy if I can. Because that's going to put a lot of hot gas through my system if I make that. So that's 30 megapascals. If I am going to make that, I want to make sure I've got a ton of copper and cobalt so I can... and steel so I could make a huge batch at once. That could be the alternative way to go about this, I suppose.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, we got some silicon out. Wow. Okay. This is working as quickly as I thought it. Get enough distractions going and actually accumulate a decent amount of stuff. Oops. Acid production does not need to be fast, just constant. Feel like I'm going to be throwing away coal. Or at the very least making a gigantic silo for it. Because I am going to be running out of space with all this coal I'm generating and not using. Actually, saying that, maybe that's how I should deal with any power problems. Rather than making more solar array, just set up the coal thing. Just use a coal generator. Oh. Do any of you guys in chat know how hot the gas is that the generator puts out? Is it cooler than Venus, is what I'm getting at. Okay, the gold bag is full. Christmas shopping is done with all that coal. Uh, yeah, I think Let's go make a silo. What do I need for a silo? Yep, STB silo. Nothing fancy. All right. Silo. Not sure the deep miner coal puts out any gas at all. Oh, even through the generator. That's a bit weird. I kind of get why, but it's also a bit weird. Huh. Yeah, I thought burn gas. I assumed it would produce burn gas. Just realized I didn't put those away. All right, so how am I best to do this? Whichever one the coal ends up hooked up to, I should probably read the battery it's connected to. And if that battery is full, turn off the generator. If that battery is not full, turn the generator on. And just keep it fairly simple like that. I don't need to check what these are at, because if this is empty, these aren't full. Yeah. Should work. Okay, so it was steel sheets, which I've got, and some plastic sheets. That's enough, isn't it? Yeah. All right, let's go put a coal silo outside it. Might take some coal with me to fill it up. What else do I need? Actually, let's try and think of what else I need. Rather than just going out there, setting the thing up and coming back and being like, oh, I need to get this, I need to get this, I need to get this. I need a little chippy. I need a housing, which none of these are. What else do I need? I'm gonna need... That should be it, because I'm not going to... With near infinite coal, yeah, I'm not worried about wasting coal. I don't think a single generator is going to supply my needs for power on its own, so I'm still going to be using the wind and solar. I think I need anything else. I surprisingly haven't burned down anything. I've been handling very, very cold, dense liquids, well, or very, very cold, dense gases, and I haven't destroyed anything, which is surprising. These are what I wanted. I don't believe it either. It's weird. Solar generator does 20 kilowatts. Yeah. I'm using more than 20 kilowatts. I'm definitely using more than that. Yeah, I fully expected today to be a day where I at least had a moment of panic because I did something wrong. Alrighty, so coal generator, you are plugged in. And you're plugged in on one that... Ooh. I think I might want to build the coal generator its own separate loop. Yeah, I'll do that. Because if it's going to be running more regularly, it's more likely to run during a storm, and that means it might blow that cable. Hey, Matcha! How's it going? I'm having a good day. Now... Put those there. So yeah, I'll connect up a fresh battery and system here. So I was planning on running lots of heavy cable, like up to 5 more for more solar arrays out there. If I were to... Let's see what we can do. Let's make this work. Down the silo. Welding torch. And plastic sheets. And screwdriver and cable coil, okay. Then I just need to hook this up. What's the input for this thing? Ah, it's up here. Alright, so I'm going to want to make an input that's at ground level so I don't have to fly up there every time. Because this is going to be manual for some time to come. I think with this setup, I'm pretty much... I'm so close to guaranteeing I'm not going to run out of power. There we go. Thanks, floppy disk. Thank you for 22 months. Oh yeah, Matcha, thank you for 62 months. You and Jax are both at that crazy number. Today.
Waste tank critical.
Uh-oh.
Temperature high. Temperature critical. Temperature high.
Oh. That was almost a bit spicy. I may have placed this poorly. No, I should be able to work it. Let's chuck that in there so I don't have to carry it around for the moment. Don't need to be hooked up to the silo. Just need to be hooked up to the generator and the battery. Thanks, Jonesy. Thank you for the prime sub. No, don't automate the everything, Shadow. Automate the things that are fun to automate. There's not... Is oxygen a byproduct of burning coal? What? No, it's just pollutant and carbon dioxide, yeah. Isn't it? Oh, my waste tank. Oh no, my waste tank. I've got a system for that. My waste tank gets properly emptied and dealt with. I will do that. And we'll go inside and we'll set up for another battery. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need to hook up the IC to a different power source, aren't I? One of the wind power to the... I'm gonna need a battery? Yeah, I need a battery on the system so that that always has power. Good point. Good point. Do I have any astroloid down here? Wasploy. No. Alright. I could probably just use a heavy battery. It should be enough. Oh, I've got one in the thing. I'll just use that. Do I want to make an APC? Yeah.
Hunger, caution.
Hunger, caution. Thank you, game. Got an APC. And then I needed to decide where I need to make a big station battery. We'll get that built. I'm making progress towards the pressurization of the whole base thing. Progress is being made. It's not being made quickly, but it is being made. I'm just going to go straight out there for now. So that's ready to be hooked up. The data of all those is connected. I might disconnect them. I don't actually need those ones connected. That way, the only one that's connected is the one that I actually need. Progress made tangentially crab planning. I've never heard that term before. I like it. I think crab planning is my usual state. Steel sheets and electronic parts, okay. 66%. Alright, may as well go eat and drink while that's printing off. I don't want to pill for a small station battery. The ones that are there actually like integrated into a bit of circuitry that I still have not looked into exactly where it's placed to fix it up. So if I mess with that, I mess with a bunch of other things that I'd rather not mess with. Right now, anyway. Okay. Yay! Timing. Electronic parts. Now, I shouldn't need to carry all these pipes on me, so I'm going to put them away. and steel sheets. I'll grab a few more of. Do that. Actually, I don't want two stacks. What am I doing there? Doing this a weird way. Ignore me. I know I'm doing weird things. It's fine. Cool. Early plans to raise chickens. I feel like I should be able to breathe before I bring other breathing things down here. Thanks, floppy disk. Thanks for the 100 bits. But I also haven't even seen a trader that sells chickens yet. I don't know if you get the fertilized eggs without a pressurized trading platform either. I assume you can. I've never actually checked. That up. Okay, so area power controller there goes there, and I forgot to grab the battery on my way out. Yeah, the broken pipe, it totally is functional. Uh-huh, definitely. Okay, battery. I even thought about the battery multiple times on my while I was waiting for stuff to print, and I still forget it on my way out. Ugh. Okay. So, integrated circuit housing, where are you? I want you that way. Power goes in there. Power gets to APC this way. And data connection there. Cool. Now, I need to go and build the battery inside as well. Ugh, I hate working inside and out. Never remember enough things that need to be done on each bit. Yeah, Vox, I don't have a 9x9 trading platform. And to build one is going to be... It requires me moving a whole set of my wind turbines. Which I don't really want to do. Also, did I stop the electronics getting built? Or have I just built a whole stack of them? No, I stopped. Yeah, I think I may have to get a bigger trading platform to get the better stuff. Like, people keep mentioning to me things like I should be trying to get winter ferns or whatever it is, and the fancier oxygen producing ferns, but I've never actually seen them on any of the traders I've had, so I'm guessing that's a trader size issue. I'm just going to name this to coal battery and make sure I've got the right one. in case I've got something else connected somewhere down the line. All right. That should be done. Battery's hooked up. Then once we've tested this... quick question, Ironblood, and please, are you being serious about the broken pipe? Or is this something new? Or because the broken pipe is a bit of a running gag now. It's a deliberate broken pipe. And a lot of the people who are here regularly ask me it a lot, so I'm never sure whether I'm being seriously asked or not. Anymore? What? Oh, right. The battery's not connected. How am I going to connect up the battery? I have to do the cabling differently. Logic mirror? I suppose I can try and use one of them. I never have. Oh, but yeah. So I had a broken pipe in my original airlock that I used as a poor man's vent because I started this series before you got a passive vent in the starting equipment. So I exploded a pipe because then it effectively is a passive vent. That was on my main airlock up until, what, 2 streams ago? And in memory of that broken pipe, I forcibly broke one in there to just leave there forever now. Logic mirror. Built from Logic IO. So how does the logic mirror work? So I've got a data in and a data out. So would I just slap this down here and then cable around to the other side so it separates the networks? Or keeps the network separated? Yeah, in honor, exactly. Go, Sif. Yes, I'm back to the real world from your land of fairy tales and ridiculous humidity. But the humidity was kind of nice because it was, it meant that I didn't feel cold despite the temperature most of the time. Got really cold in Hobart though. It's lovely and warm. I was enjoying it. I almost went for a swim in the ocean. But then the weather went bad. So I didn't. Oh, it wasn't 29 anywhere I was, Sif. Warmest we got was like 26. CPW, there pretty much aren't any mods in this. Just a couple of decorative things, but nothing more significant than that. Why isn't that showing lit up? Does anyone know why that's not on? No, it's hooked up to these batteries. These batteries definitely have power. Yeah, I have the letters mod. That's basically it. No, the input is the logic input, not the power input. That's what's going in on this side. So that in is from the logic is the logic input. So that's what device I'm setting as the input, which then it mirrors to the output. The power is just, it just flows. But apparently I don't have enough to flow. So somehow the transformer gets all of it and that never turns on, which makes this annoying. Which means it's probably better if I just wire the thing around and get rid of this. Oh. So yep. You're just annoying. You don't work in this particular situation. Oh, we'll just do this. Yes, I set it to on and it didn't turn on. That's where I went, oh, this thing's busted. Yes, I did turn it on. Okay. That then connects it up. Let's go out there and set up this script nice and quick. Transformer took it off, could that one have burned a cable? Shouldn't have. Because it's not increasing the amount of flow through that setup. I think. So device 2 will be coal battery. Or D1, I should say. Okay, clear. Pause because I'm outside in the hot. Alias. Generate. Jenny. D0. Alias. Batty. D1. Alright, so I want to load from. I load into 15. Batty. What does the battery have as logic? Empty, critical, very low, low. I can read the mode. I can just turn it off when mode equals 6. And turn it back on when mode doesn't equal 6. Yeah, it does. I might check the sensor lens thing and see if I did burn a cable, because that's right. It's because it is really hard to see on the heavy. I'll check that after I get this. I could read ratio or I could read full. It doesn't matter which I read. They're going to do the same thing, right? They shouldn't be different. The only advantage of reading ratio is that I said no, it shouldn't matter. I'm gonna do mode just because it's different. Thanks, Tyrone. Thank you for the 38 months. How's it going? So logic type mode. Oh, it unpauses every time I open up the. That's what keeps happening. I open up the Stationpedia, close it, and it unpauses. That's why my. Well, I don't have to use mode. I don't have to use full. I could use low. I could turn off at low power. If it reaches low, I can just go, nah, that's enough. Anyway. Does it set less than? Is that what I want? Register equals 1 if A is greater than B. Yeah. If 15 is less than 6. And then set Jenny on to R14. I think that works. So we get the mode from the battery. If it's 6, it will set this. Wait. A is less than B. Yeah. So if it's 6, it'll set 0 and then it'll turn it off. Hysteresis is needed or it'll keep toggling and waste all the coal. Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. It actually does need hysteresis for this, doesn't it? Okay, how am I going to do that? I probably want to set this to 5. Because that's going to allow it to overshoot, go up to a more full charge. Or even 3. Because that gives us, that means it'll burn that coal, it'll sit above, and then it'll flow back down, then it'll burn it up. Yeah, that should give me the buffer I need. Confirm. Export. On. Alright, let's go grab some coal. We will see what happens. Do. Come on, Airlock. Should not have made this thing so big. It's nice to have a big grand airlock for the entrance, but man, slow. So I need to put the stuff in the silo, and I need to do what else? I wanted to get the sensor lens, which I think is in here. Now, it might move, because I think it makes more sense to have it above the tool printer. Ah, it's all good. No cable break. It's all happy. See ya, Black Sheep. Yeah, Grant. Yeah, sleep 30 or just allow it to burn that coal to go higher. I figured both work. Okay. That should be everything. If I drop this off, and I drop off some steel sheet. No, I'll keep that on me. Let's go grab a whole bunch of coal and charcoal and shove it all in the silo. That's not even my 2 full backpacks that are there. Still a tradesman's airlock around the side. I totally should. Make a grand, pretty entrance airlock and then make just the actual functional one that's set up to be as quick as possible. Yeah. Oh, any traders I want to put up while I'm here? Galactic gadgets, asteroid appliances. Don't think so. $99 from contact. While that's landing, let's put these in. Is the battery switched on? Yes, it is. Add all the coal in. Turn on the silo. Plug in the silo. Whoops. Yeah, the silo can just run off those. I'm sure it'll be fine. Or it won't be. Okay. That's an unexpected problem. I need to run the silo off this too. Ah, nerds. Crowbar. Do. And angle grinder for the last bit. And hand drill. Whoa! Hey, came out at a rapid pace. Can I add an extra one to that? No, probably not. Let's go chuck these in the airlock for a moment. They're less likely to get blown away there. Oopsie. I think it wasn't a storm. Alrighty, so given I need to be able to power on the silo, I should make it so. Oh, great. I have to go inside. That's going to mean the out is that way. That's annoying. What if I did it there? Is that just going to completely block off this path? It is. Urgh. Alright, try this again. Where can I put the silo? So that I can easily get power to it, and I can easily have the output going the direction I want. Need to leave at least a block's gap, so if I put it there instead, that should work. But I can actually move it closer. I get rid of that first. And put it there. Yeah. Now, what do you want me to do? Welding torch. Plastic sheets. Screwdriver and cable coil. Then I can bring this around and join it on where my logic, my IC10 chip thing, majiggy joins on.
Waste tank caution.
Oh boy, I gotta go inside. I've got 166 kPa of gas. Air to breathe. Go, 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 go!
Air tank critical.
Yeah, I know my air tank's critical, lady. This could be a problem, this could be a problem, this could be a problem. Come on, airlock. Faster, 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 faster! Faster, 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 faster! Run, 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 run. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, that was too close. Whew. That, if I died then, that would have been my first death in a very long time. Ooh, close. All right, out we go. Let's put the coal in. Yes, TFE, you did walk in at the right time there. Glad I had done a few things to speed up the airlock last time. That was a little more fine than I wanted it to be. Alright, let's put the chutes in as I had them before. Much more fun having this. Thanks, Merlin. Thanks for 9 months. The air tank recharge into the airlock was a thing I was working towards, but ended up being looked at and being like, oh, that's complicated. Don't wanna. So I didn't. Because I put the suit station in there for that reason. Okay, that's all the coal packed up. Probably put a little bridge in over there so I can walk across the way that I keep doing. And in theory, I should never see that battery at the end have more than half charge. I think I set it at 3. Yes, I should have pulled the silo lever. You are correct. Yeah. Additional stations around the base is something people have been telling me to do since the very beginning. But I've not done, because piping and not actually setting up my base properly to make piping like that doable. I'm gonna smash my face again. I've been trying to do little things to help tasks like that be more doable on stream. When I have time during the week and I just want to play a bit of Stationeers. That's how I ended up with actually managing to get this space expanded. Speaking of, I should probably check to see exploded pipes. Uh-oh. I guess that vent managed to collect enough of the CO2 from my my jetpack to explode those pipes, which thankfully were not connected to outside. There we go, there's your explosion for the day. Oops. Oopsie. Kind of feels cheated on that pipe explosion. Yeah. Yeah, I can understand why. Not much happened. It's almost like sometimes I'm careful. We've got... Okay, so... Drop the pressure of this. So it can get all of the gas, all the liquid out. I was careful it wouldn't happen. Okay, there's some validity there, sure. Can't deny that. But equally, if I wasn't careful, it would have been worse. So I guess it's kind of both. Alright, so I started the stream with this tank at just below 2 megapascals. Where is it at? It's now above 2 megapascals. Fantastic. I've gone backwards. Well, hopefully I get time to mess around with the cooling during the week and do this full expansion that I've been planning out here. So I can get all of this stuff rearranged. Because I really don't want to do that on stream. I just want to poke around with it for 15 minutes and then walk away, and then poke around for 15 minutes and walk away. Where are we at with the oxygen? 6 kilomoles during the stream. Not terrible, not great, not terrible. I think I'm going to have to upgrade the farm, aren't I? Build an extra bit. Okay. So we've got the power backup situation going. That should mean that I can run more air conditioners. I could probably do the air conditioner part of the cooling loop and upscale that at this stage. Huh. Is this busted? Remember I had the... They're all blue, which is good. But this one should be charging up, and it's not. Why? Why do we never get good wrong? Because I'm laughing too hysterically at what bad thing happened to Capac. That's why. It is connected. It is very much connected. Because we know it's connected because I've actually got the data of the IC10 housing connected up to it. And it connects up to the battery. So it is 100% definitely connected. The switch is indeed on. But this one's also connected and it's showing the same thing. It's when the battery is completely out of power, it does this. So I'm trying to figure out why the battery would be completely out of power. Yeah, the light on the front can be wrong. Oh, the light on the front can be showing that the battery itself has a bug, not anything I've done. I can hear the generator running. That's showing not happy. So there's no power coming from this generator. And going to anything. The generator is clearly running. Hang on, I'm just gonna go get my glasses again. If the APC were hogging it all, that battery would be charged, not depleting, and it is clearly depleting. I'm wondering if it has shorted. But I'm not sure how. Not sure why it would have shorted out. Because... Oh, storm. Great. Come on. Nope, no short. It's like the battery, it's like the generator's not actually outputting any power. This is weird. It's producing the power. Yeah, the station battery's not showing any power though, Shadow Drake. So it's not showing that it's getting any either. This is weird. I don't understand. Are you suggesting that a small transformer will take priority of power flow so that it'll force it into the APC before the battery? Is that what you're reckoning, Harry? Fair play. I'll give that a shot. See if it works. In theory, though, these are getting full, so this one should be getting charge as well, but this isn't showing any charge. My storm batteries from my 3 wind turbines are full. But this one's not actually showing anything either. And with those full, this should be accumulating charge, and it's not. Got the output cable, yeah. Fair play. Okay, it is getting charge. It's just dumping it all, but then... Where's it dumping it to? Because these are full. Surely it should be getting full like these 3 do. Maybe it will now. Maybe there was just some weird bug with it. Weird. Weird. Anyway, I'll put the transformer in anyway. Let's see if I can see what happens. See what's happening outside. Come on. Push against the storm. You can do it. Yeah, because it's still draining. So APC, how am I going to run you? It'll be transformer here. At least that's running for the moment. Then I need to pull this whole thing up. I put the APC there, I think. Just trying not to get any of my stuff blown away, which makes this extra tricky. Power controller there. Battery goes in. Switch. Put that there. Then I can grab that. Yay! All done without anything getting blown away. Minus 0 is generator. Minus 2 is coal battery. On. Hooray! Battery is getting charge. Which is good. So that's not going to switch off now. So now it's just going to keep running and probably just burn all my coal because the system's weird and that battery's never going to get charged. So I'm going to waste all my coal. Oh well. There's not much I can do about that, I don't think. Unless I try and understand all of the weird little nuances of how the power feeding goes through the base and how different things get pulled as different priorities and whatnot. Yeah. I think this battery's just always going to show nothing and be running all the base power. Oh, at least the coal's doing something useful, even if it's not doing something maximally useful. So that's progress?
Hunger caution.
I'll be back in just a sec. I need to take a quick bio break, so I'm going to chuck off my helmet, chuck off my hard suit. Actually, I'm going to try something today that I haven't done before. There are a couple of things that Capac and I were talking about, and I was talking about with Shadow first, but Capac and I were talking about how we might try some things as well. So with Twitch, there's this weird setup where if you run a particular length of ad break, you then get rid of your you then get rid of it so that people don't get pre-roll ads. Twitch's advertising revenue is rubbish, so I've never bothered. Never bothered even looking into any of that stuff. But Shadow's been educating me on some other bits of information that she's come across. And there might be some longer-term benefits from occasionally running these ads. As well, Capac and I thought up some ways that might slightly game the system if they work. We're curious if it does work. It wouldn't be against terms of service or anything like that, because it's still an ad. But I wonder if it would work better for for you guys. So the way it works is, the way it's supposed to work is if you run 3 minutes of ads, you get an hour of no pre-rolls for new people coming into your stream, which is kind of helpful for growing an audience, because it means people aren't immediately turned off. Capac and I both run fairly long start to stream things, as in our pre-stream. I wonder if we can run ads during that phase of things when I'm not doing anything anyway. It's literally just my pre-roll, my pre-stream. And then that might get rid of pre-roll for the first hour of the stream. So that was one option we were looking at that might work. And the other was running ads at the end of the stream. But also during toilet breaks. And the ads run in a window so you can leave a message. So the ads this would be full screen ads where it just puts me in a tiny little window above the chat. But since I'm not doing anything and you'd see the Capacs flowing there, you'd know I'm not saying anything anyway. But what I was going to do was run a short ad break and see if it does show up somewhere on my stream dashboard thing, how much time I've got left, because then I can run the other tests that Capac and I were thinking of running to see whether there are ways we could do this that aren't annoying to you guys and that are beneficial for any new people who might come across what we do. No, to completely get rid of ads, pre-roll ads, and to get a better split of the ad revenue, yes, you have to run a certain amount every hour. I don't care about the ad revenue. Ad revenue on YouTube is so far superior to Twitch in every way, shape, and form that I just don't care about Twitch. This is entirely for looking at whether it would be beneficial for growing the audience here on Twitch, making that side of things better. Because you guys are so incredibly generous with the number of subs and stuff that the ad revenue on Twitch is just irrelevant. Largely. This isn't and with, you know, some recent issues, it's really just not something I even really think about when it comes to Twitch. But if it can help me make the streams more, well, less off-putting for anyone who's new, maybe it's worth trying. Yeah, so here, I'll read what Shadow said, because she's explained it to me in a way that made me think I should try this at some point. If a streamer doesn't run any regular ads, scheduled or otherwise, viewers will get ads upon entering a stream. However, if you run an ad, scheduled or otherwise, pre-rolls will not be shown to viewers when they enter a stream for a short time, and there should be a countdown timer on my dashboard that shows me when, to see if that matters. Can I do it in a Dutch accent? No, I don't think I can. I don't think... I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. All right, so I'm gonna go have a bathroom. I'm gonna go have a bio break. That's gonna take at least 1 minute. I'm gonna click the run 1 minute ad break thing and see what happens. So I'll be back in just a moment with this one. Back. So I got a little notification thing in the dashboard that said I had 20 minutes without pre-stream, but I don't know where to find that counter now. Is there a counter I can find? That's the bit I gotta find. Yeah, you won't see ads if there are no ads available in your region or for you as a viewer. You won't see ads if you're subscribed. I presume that should count for Prime sub as well. Because why would you run ads for you? Feels wrong. But yeah, it's not everyone will get it. If there's no one paying for ads in your region, then there'll be no ads, which is one of the reasons why Twitch ad revenue is rubbish. Captain Cranky, the way that I would always intend to run ads here on Twitch would be to only place them when I go and take a bio break or something else that we know, like pre-stream or at the end of the stream, that we know I'm not doing anything. I'm not just gonna run the scheduler. I've got no plans to run the scheduler. Things would have to change dramatically in how Twitch works for me to be happy to do that at this stage. With the way Twitch works right now, I don't see myself doing that anytime soon. Or even anytime. Shadow says, check Discord. What have I... Oh, I have to add the ads manager to my dashboard. Okay. I was trying to add a button, Shadow. How do I add that to my dashboard? There's a modify thing, isn't there? Edit layout. Hang on. How do I add a thing? Edit stream manager panels? No? Huh. Do I have too many activity feeds? Does not let me want to have more. Layout 1. Create new layout. Advanced? Sure. Okay. I'm gonna have to fiddle with this off stream. There is a way to get it, but I don't have it, and it wasn't showing there possibly because I didn't do it while it was up. It was being weird. Pre-rolls are considered so bad because most people don't have... Like, if you're going to a streamer the content creator you already know, pre-rolls are no big deal. If you don't know them, they're kind of annoying. Because if you're impatient, you're not going to sit through them. And unfortunately, that's most people these days. Sure, Shadow. We can see if we can figure out why I've somehow managed to make it so I can't have them on. At least I got a little notification so I can test in the outro whether I can run something. And yeah, there's the other thing. Some people will get hit with a lot of ads as a pre-roll. Not just one. They'll get more. And you can understand why that'd suck. It's like clicking on a video on YouTube and getting 4 minutes of ads. It'd be horrible. Yeah, you can get up to 3 minutes, and 3 minutes is a long time to sit and wait for someone who you've never seen before and have no idea if you even would remotely like what they do. And so, yeah, I think just trying it in the spots where it's not going to be impactful is worth a shot. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up and give a full explainer of why, rather than just being like, hey, I'm going to run ads for the first time ever on Twitch. Everyone's like, what? Why? What? Why are you suddenly changing everything you do? Doesn't make sense. So yeah. Thought I would do a full explanation of the learnings I had from Shadow. Because she teaches me many things about this side of stuff that I am. And honestly, it's not an age thing with me. I think I've always been I think even if I was 20 years younger, I'd still be the same because I was very, very much not pop culture tied in very much. Ugh. Yeah. There's a 3D printing channel on YouTube that does 12-minute ads on as a full while doing a full review video. Yeah. Look. I'm not gonna say that other people shouldn't do however they want to do it. I just know that I don't want to do that. I have been approached by, like, management type people. They're like, hey, we can find you more sponsorships. And I'm like, cool. Sounds good. I think it'd be great to get a few more sponsorships. But I don't think I'd do enough. I think I'd turn down so many that they'd just completely lose interest in me. Because I'm like, no, I don't want to work with that brand. No, I don't want to work with that brand. No, I don't want to work with that brand either. No, not that one. No, not that one. And end up getting to a point where it's like, you've literally turned down every offer we've come to you with. I don't think this is working out. There we go. Got that in the composter. So I think I should be able to smash up, like, massively increase the number of air conditioners running. So let's do that. Yeah, like, I don't have any issues with, like, a manager or a agent taking their 15% or whatever it would be. Problem is I just wouldn't make them enough to make it worth their time to actually source anything. So it's I don't think it'll work out. When I've got frames, I need to make at least 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 8. 8 more air conditioners. Because I want to prime those lines and do all that stuff as well while I'm doing this, before I start using it properly. Oh, wait. Let me... Have I got any recent weird ones in my emails? I think I deleted all of them yesterday when I got home. I went through my email and cleared out a bunch of stuff. Oh, here's one. Why is Opera GX offering sponsorships? What? What information are they collecting that makes it worth their while? Right. I want atmospherics. That can make 7. I need a little more iron, which I do have up here on the wall. Hey, Copper Demon. How's it going? Yeah, I assume it's some sort of data collection that they're doing it for. Yeah, Johnny, there are a few elements to wonder about how X or Y company is making its money. Especially when a lot of them probably work out to be not making money, and the way they're making money is by taking the money of investors and running away with it. There's probably more than a few of those. Like some of the various finance tech company sponsorship offers that I've just thrown straight into the garbage. Or I can probably just let that run. Oh yeah, I've got enough cable. It'll be okay. And I've got plenty of pipes, so I should have enough to set this up. So what I was trying to do when I set this up, when I was putting this together, was trying to make a relatively neat and tidy piping system. Problem was, the thing I came up with for the top row worked fine for the middle row, but does not work for the bottom row. And then I got to thinking, should I make them all identical to the bottom row? And then I went, oh, that's a lot of pipe. How much boom so far? Not enough. I mean, there was a near death, so there was that, and there was an explosion, but we didn't see it. So, you know, something. Turn these off, they're just burning power. Like, I would see, I would hope that the developers of the games that some of the games I've played on stream would have gotten something out of it. Because most of them, I've ended up having fun. Because I don't just, because I turned down most of the game sponsorship offers because most of them aren't that good. Oh wait, I've done this wrong. This row should be there. Should be a little bit closer. Because then I only need a single pipe. I don't need that double bit there. I can make it a lot tidier. Alright, fix that up. This game is Stationeers. It's, what was the term I used earlier today? My usual way of describing it is it's so where Space Engineers focuses on, the comparison is with Space Engineers that was us, where Space Engineers focuses on making things that move and making them cool. Stationeers focuses on gases that move and making them fun to play with. Ah, Rocket! How's it going? How's the 3-year celebration for Icarus going? Thank you for the 20 gift subs and the 32 months. Yeah, Stationeers is very much focused on the gas and atmospheric system being cool and fun to automate and mess around with. There are programmable things in this that even I've managed to do programming for. That's how user-friendly they weirdly can be. Even I've managed to do stuff. I know people disagree with me on whether they're user-friendly or not, or not, but at least for me, I think the thing that makes Stationeers great for learning programming stuff is that I find it quite approachable in terms of how to break down a task into small enough chunks that you can complete it and get that positive feedback of, I made this work. Whereas Space Engineers, the tasks are so much bigger that I find programmable blocks scary and terrifying. So yeah, it's one of those... It's one of those things that it has actually meant that I've done more programming on these streams than I think I've ever done in my life. Thanks, Rocket. It's a pity. It's a Rocket. It's a pity that it hasn't been as easy for game developers and modders and the like to achieve the same sort of subscription-based inputs from players as content creators have. Because I think that would open up a lot of creative opportunities for developers to feel confident in what's happening and not have to be as stressed in how they earn their bucks. Just had this image in my head of a space engineer's programmer block chasing splits his engineer across the planet. Surprised Capac hasn't tried to build one. To do exactly that. Probably because he fears making a mech. Because he doesn't want to have to deal with rotors and pistons and things. So then move that to there, move this one in. And these up nice and tight. Yeah, maybe that's it, Box. It's all the C# boilerplate stuff that I don't really understand. Maybe that's the stuff that scares me off programming with it, because there's a whole bunch of stuff that's must be there for it to work. Whereas here, I don't feel like I need so much of that stuff. I did find Stationeers programming scary to begin with, though. Like, I did struggle to get my head around it at first, but I think the logic chips and having to use them first helped with the learning of that side of things. Because they force you to break things down into the same small chunks. And they're literally the same small chunks that you then use in your scripts, and then you realize that scripting is so much easier that you do that instead. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably it. The assembly style of things is more like an if this then that style of telling things how to do things. And for me, given that I understand how to use timer blocks and event controllers in Space Engineers, that's kind of what I can do. Right, let's go bring the rest of those bits in and some more pipe. What are these air conditioners for? For enhancing my cooling setup. Because I'm going to move my whole cooling setup. But I thought... Oh, that's right. I was meaning to check this before I actually did this. Let's just chuck these over here for now. Thought there's a reasonably high chance that this is not down at 250 degrees. Helps if I have the right thing in there. I should make myself a fancy tablet. Oh, it's down at 200 degrees. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe I'm not going to get as much from the air conditioners. Oh. My air conditioners are not the bottleneck. Not much anyway. So yeah, that's 210 degrees. So my idea had been, although it's probably not going to make as big an impact as I hoped, my idea had been to get that first bit cooled down by having more air conditioners on it, so that these water loops can do more. Oh yeah, Drago, I know I haven't connected all the things up yet. There's heaps more stuff to connect in here. Don't worry. I'm not even remotely at the point of trying to get all the things connected. I'm just shoving stuff in at the moment. There's no stress there. Oh, I need more frames. Yeah, I thought at the moment I've got 6 per linkage, and I thought if I increase that to say 8 or 9 or something like that, I can then start working on expanding the... Basically, my thinking was get the air conditioners to the point where they are not the bottleneck at all, and they're definitely not, and then start finding the bottleneck within my phase change cooling setup. Because it should be easier to find that bottleneck if I know the air conditioners are not the bottleneck. And then it should make it easier to add in all the extra bits of phase change and condensers and things like that until I get to the point where the air conditioners are once again the bottleneck. But because the new system is more expandable than my original one, because my original one, I honestly didn't even think about expandability all that much, this one should work a bit better in terms of being able to add the extra bits on. I thought, since I'm at the point where I need to get more CO2 into everything, I'm at the point where I need to do this. Because I need more CO2 in the system so that I can go and build an extra couple of Larrys, growing more ferns. So I'm kind of, yeah, just waiting to be able to do that, really. I'm gonna chuck one more of these down over here just so I don't have a full stack. I need one more of these. Alright. Shouldn't be too hard. So we're going from 6 to 8. That seems decent. And when I remove the other 6, I can always add them up, so I've got 14. See you, Gate. What do I need for more iron? Cool. Easy. One more. Oh yeah, Drago, don't stress. I will be fixing up and checking all of the different pipe bits and making sure they're right. There's lots to be done there. Lots and lots and lots. Yeah, Voron, I never got into redstone stuff with Minecraft. It always seemed scary. I never quite got my head around any of that. I think it was the degrading signal thing that made me flinch at that. Okay, now we'll set up all the piping before I actually build these. So we've got... that needs to be connected. That's connected. This will heat their output if it gets below their target temperature. Will it be worth putting an IC in them to toggle their mode when they approach target, or isn't it likely to be an issue? I could potentially try and do something similar to what I've got going on over here, where this one turns off when the output, like I could probably literally just take this chip and duplicate the code and put it on all of them. So if all but one of them have this running, if they reach that target, they won't heat it and fight each other. So yeah, I can do that. I'd probably just run a chip on each one because it's easier. even though I could have one chip control all of them. But they're, due to the amount of power pulling through these, I probably will have them on separate power networks and then separate data networks, and there's gonna be a whole lot of cabling around here, so it's probably more expensive but easier to just run a chip in each one that needs to turn off. But so far it hasn't been a problem. But I can definitely see it becoming one if I'm not careful. I mean, even if I am careful. What if I build enough of these, I should say. We go down, then we got the T piece here. So that should be the top row all connected. No. So this needs to go down as well. As does this. Yeah, true, Shadow. I guess the lack of moving parts in vanilla Minecraft is also what made me not really get into doing anything with redstone. I just didn't, there wasn't enough to attract me to spend the time to learn it. Not enough temptation, basically, I guess. And 8. Okay, so that should be the top row fully piped up. 1, 2, 3 for that one, 1, 2, 3 for that one, 1, 2, 3 for that one, 1, 2, 3 for that one as well. And yeah, that should be good. Next row. Yeah, I've been meaning to see if I have the time and the inclination to try Vintage Story without the Eldritch nonsense. Because I don't enjoy it. Sorry. Nonsense is a bit mean. Eldritch nonsense? I don't enjoy it at all. The Eldritch stuff takes away from a game that I would otherwise have immediately enjoyed. Because I was looking for terra firma craft, but stable and easy to set up. And that's not what they were trying to offer, so that's my fault, not theirs. Okay. Goes to the back wall, then up. Now this is spaghetti. Yeah. I disagree. It's far worse than zombies in Minecraft. Because zombies in Minecraft are really, really easy to deal with. And a game mode that's really quite easy. In terms of fitting in with what you're doing, sure, but yeah, no, I disagree. They're quite different. Especially since Terra Firma Craft gets rid of the zombies. Or can. The version I played did. You only had... The only real threat was the world, which I really liked. You know, Capac, surely you're an expert in Eldritch nonsense. There's some validity there, TFE. Is Capac's nonsense Eldritch, though? Or is it just nonsense? Okay, so what have I got this doing? This goes onto the back wall. Oh, I hope I've got these connected correctly. The pipes are not all connected to each other. They are separated in very specific ways. So, the way the air conditioners work with the way I use them is they have an input and output connection, and those are connected to each other. The input is the output. Because what I want is the input gas to get cooled. So the output can be the input. Then there is a waste line. So there are only two separated things from each air conditioner. So the waste line for each of these rows is the upper row, is the upper part of the piping. The working gas is the lower part. Or in the case of the bottom row, the working part is the upper part, because it wouldn't fit. Do I wish I'd been using painted pipes now? Yes. I wished it a while ago and I just kept going anyway. Because I figured I can, it's an easy enough thing to fix when I just want some zen while something's like often when I end up playing this is when, or doing these, the little off-stream bits I do of games, is when I'm waiting for something to render. Slows the render down a little bit, but it also means that I'm doing something that I feel is vaguely productive while waiting for the render to happen. Assuming I'm not going to have lunch or taking Toby and Charlie for a walk or something like that while the render happens. Because that is also a thing. These pipes are all for gas. Liquid pipes look a bit different. They look like these. All the pipes you can see around here are insulated ones, so they have zero thermal transfer with whatever medium they are in. Because we can now have free world liquids. Which is very cool. I should do the bottom row first. And that connects up to the top, the row above. So basically the waste output of one set of air conditioners is the input of the other set. Because these need to work in series and in parallel to do what I need them to do. I need to get more pipes. So there are, the series is 3, there are 3 sets, and then there's a whole bunch of air conditioners in each set. Are there other words I could be using here? I feel like there are other words that make this less confusing, but none of them are coming to mind. I feel like there's a way to explain things that are working in series and parallel together without me getting myself all muddled. What I have 3 steps? Yeah, I think step is probably the right term. And each step has things working in parallel. So the series contains 3 steps, each of which... Oh, not a matrix! I don't want a matrix! No. No, matrix is scary. I realize it is a matrix, but I don't want to. Just like I don't want to touch the stack. dark is scary. Lattice, make a nice fruit tart decorated with one. Ah. So there was a
Hunger caution.
there was a market stall at one of the towns that I was in when I was traveling last week, with a guy who'd made some really good baked goods. Made me really, really want to somehow magic up a situation where I could have a side thing as a cooking channel and go to markets and sell my baked goods that I bake on the channel. Be a fun way to meet people too. Alas, I don't think I would be able to make a commercial. I think it'd have to be like a commercially safe kitchen. Because I love cooking and baking. I love doing that stuff. Yeah. It was one of those idle holiday thoughts of doing that, being like, oh, that'd be a great thing to do. That'd be just fun. Okay, so I'm going to want to have a transformer for each set. What are the machines I'm hooking up? I'm hooking up air conditioners. I'm on Venus, and it's really, 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 really hot. The outside temperature is 460 degrees or something, 436 degrees. And so dealing with that and trying to make breathable or survivable temperatures is tricky. So, yeah, it's a thing. How much power are the air conditioners actually pulling? Can I see that? So I want to see if... I think someone said they can use up to 500... Does this even tell me? I don't know, this tells me. I don't think it does. Unless it's that setting, which is 523, but I think that's actually the temperature. Yeah, that's the temperature. Yeah, required power 10. I don't think this page tells me. Base power input is 10. I swear they use more than 10. I have a way to test though. If I can get some gas into these lines, I could actually just run one and see when it shuts off. But I think there's another way, there are other ways to look at it. I just don't know what I need to do. I think it's like a network analyzer or something? A cable? Or I can just wait for chat to tell me. 10 plus 340 watts when active, so 350 watts. Cool. Alright, so 350 watts, which means each small transformer can run about, I think it's 14 of them. Yes, it's 14. That's plenty. Yeah. Okay, so I want one transformer per set. That's exactly what I'm set up to implement. The other thing I can do once I've got all of these hooked up as well, instead of necessarily running a script to do it, I can just turn off the air conditioners and gradually turn them on as they seem to be needed. I want transformer. Small. Oh, iron. Yes. How many of you Americans are currently well overfed right now? As I will likely be on Christmas Day. Because I made the puddings again this year. And I'm pretty sure they'll be good. Oh, I need more heavy cable. Wow, Baden. I wasn't going to go there. I mean, I don't think... I feel like saying that from where I stand is like people in glass houses sort of thing. Australia's not exactly without its own problems with regards to obesity. What's my resource source? I've mostly dug ores by hand outside. So there's a whole world out there. That was probably a bad window to show from. There's a whole world out there, and you can see that there are ores on the surface there. So there are ores on the surface as well as underground, which I've dug out. But now my ores are from deep mining drills that automatically collect ores as long as I supply them with power. And then I have to process those ores through a centrifuge, and then I can use those ores for making materials. Okay, so that's my 3 transformers, and I'm going to do something nice for those people who would be bothered by this, since those didn't match. And now, cable. I don't think I'm going to bring this out an extra bit further. What if I did? No, surely... Nah, this is fine. I think this is the limit of my expansion. If I go further than this, something's gone very wrong with the terrain update. The game. Cable these in. Oh, I did not neglect myself with food over the past week and a half. Ooh, I ate way too much. Way too much food. And unfortunately, because a lot of the places that are good for a toddler tend to be places with not the best options in terms of, let's say, varied foods, did eat a lot of deep fried stuff in the last week and a half. I'm very happy to not eat any or see any for a few months. So one of the places that was toddler friendly in Hobart was great because it had amazing grilled scallops. So good. But that was also one of the last places we went to eat while down there. Though the little roadside stall with oysters was also pretty amazing. Getting shucked immediately when you ask for some of them. Proper fresh. That's more my other halves thing though. I like oysters, but they're, I need to have them sparingly. I don't know if it's related to my reaction to crustaceans or not, though. It's just crustaceans, not shellfish as a whole, Shadow. So, prawn, lobster, crab, crayfish, that sort of thing. Those I can't have. And those definitely make me sick. But bivalves don't seem to be problematic. But if I ate like half a dozen oysters, I'd start feeling a little bit off.
Hydration critical.
But I do need to eat a larger portion of them for me to start feeling off. But I've never gotten properly sick from them. It is a confusing thing to explain. Been to a number of restaurants where when you explain to the waiter that you're allergic to shellfish, they get this panicked expression on their face. It's like, no, not like bad. Because it's often my partner and I are eating in a fish restaurant and they're like, what are you doing here, man? Why are you in a fish restaurant? You can't eat the stuff. Honestly, Kitamaru, I don't know what it is that I react to. And it's not an immediate anaphylactic type reaction either. So it makes it hard to figure out. Took me years to figure out what it was that was making me sick. I avoided eating all sorts of delicious Asian food that was available because I'd been sick at every restaurant I'd been to. Once I realized it was the crustaceans, it was all fine, because it meant just don't eat the fried rice that has the tiny little prawns in it. Don't get sick no more. I think, see a chowder that was available
Critical.
where we were traveling that did not contain shellfish. Or at least the ones that I can't eat. I think it had some bivalves in it, but I think I did see one, but I don't know if they use stuff. I don't know if it's worth doing. But yes, I have never had a chowder because they are usually bad for me. Yeah, I don't know which bit it is, which means I'm also a bit skeptical of doing anything with Capac where we say try some more adventurous foods like insects, because I don't know if I'd react badly to insects as well. Pork chowder. I think me saying that might have just made a few people feel ill. Okay. Oh, one table. Really? What else do I need? I'm gonna need cables for making the things. I need more pipes. No, see, most of the things in Australia, there are lots of things in Australia that can kill you. Doesn't mean they want to. Mostly... Oh, whoops. I guess you can't handle that, buddy. It's like... deadly enough to be blasé about it. There, Copper Demon. Look, I did this as a T because I was planning it for expansion, then I didn't do the other ones because it looked neater, and so now I've got a mix of them, and fine, I'll make it tidy. For now. This is a lot of air conditioners. Hey, Takari. Thanks for a year and a half. Trump bears, crocs, sheep, all out to get you. I feel like there's a story behind someone being afraid of, concerned about sheep. I feel like there's got to be a story behind that. I've never had any problems with sheep. I haven't had a lot to do with sheep, but like, on my brother and like on my sister's husband's property, those sheep were never particularly concerning. Yeah, don't mess with an emu. They're big. They got big old claws. They can kick really hard. Should I eat and drink? Yes, I should, because I'm about to start breathing, or I have already started breathing heavily and I just can't hear it over the cicadas outside. Oh yeah, so it's that time of year again, so if you guys hear a vague background noise, it's probably the cicadas. And I kind of need my window open so I don't boil. I think some 300 sheep surrounding your car for half an hour, I think, counts as a problem. I mean, it's an annoying problem, I'll give you that. Try to move them on without running any of them over. They're not exactly the smartest of creatures. I think the cicadas still have that longer... The cicadas here still have that longer life cycle, but there are cicadas every single year. Aerops, I grew up with much more exposure to rugby, but I would rate Aussie Rules as a pretty decent sport to watch if you're into watching sport. Like I was talking about earlier when talking about ice hockey, it's got good flow. Okay, so what I need now is probably to build a filtration unit so I can prime each of these lines without having to do the whole transferring gas tank things across that I've done for all the others. So I want to prime them all with CO2. Although this bit I can just connect because this is the external bit. Yeah, that's my outside pipe. And of course I put all my pipe away, not just the ones I needed to. Yeah, any of the questions about sports, I do literally mean most of my family are sports mad, to the extent that, you know, one of my siblings is a sports doctor. Like, that's her job. She looks after sports people and works with sports teams because she just loves spending that much time with that stuff. there it does. See you, Vox. You happened to get in the way when the farmer was moving them from one field to another. Yep. I want those. I need a passive vent that I can stick outside. I need... Yeah, having at least one of those would be useful. Make sure the filtration unit can work properly, and I need another atmospherics. Do they like American football? No. I think one of my brothers has watched a decent amount, but no. Way too slow. Yeah. American football is like 3 minutes of actually doing and 4 hours of talking about statistics. Yeah. American football equals rugby, but slower, and with armor, and because there's armor, more head injuries. Hey, Duke. How's it going? Welcome, Raiders. What am I doing? Where would be best to put this filtration unit? I don't want to build a massive pipe network. I also don't want to get in the way of the stuff I put out. Maybe if I put it just here. Filtration. Yeah. I'll do. Filtered. So that's going to be where I'm going to send all the CO2. This goes back and connects up. Yes, all of the air conditioning units. The joys of Venus. Have you done stuff on Venus, Duke? And had to deal with this nonsense? I've never... Like, I'll happily watch sport, but I don't... Never really enjoyed anything enough to watch it enough to, like... Well, apart from when I was injured when I was... just after I finished high school. So... This is pre-Steam days, so I couldn't easily get more games to play. And so I just sat in front of the TV watching cricket all summer. Yeah, I've never really watched a sport enough to be a fan, but I'll happily watch sport because it's different. It's like occasionally, I guess people who occasionally watch any sort of thing. The way, my usual analogy to when I try to describe what I do to my family who don't understand gaming at all, is like having the cricket on in the background. Mostly second screen sort of thing, or listening to commentators talk about things. The same sort of idea. I think this is just a different application of that same concept. No, Jex, the helmets are bad. It's the psychology of helmets that makes them bad in American football. It's the same reason why boxing would be safer if you went bare-knuckled. Because you don't punch as hard because it hurts. Yeah, the helmets, the helmets make people hit harder than the helmets can protect because they think they're safe because they've got a helmet on. So if you have no protection, you naturally hold back a bit. Or make sure you don't hit with your head first. You hit with your shoulder instead. So the psychology, basically, it means the humans are stupid. We're really dumb creatures. If we think we're safe, we will be so much more reckless than we should be. Even if we're not actually that safe. But yeah, all of the research into it does support that head trauma is worse with helmets. And head injuries are cumulative as well. Yeah, that's a separate thing as well. Separate thing to that issue. That's a good point, Killapie. We do have to be crazy. And one of the things that always... We do have to be crazy to actually be motivated enough to get out of bed. One of the things I always remember from when I was doing psych at uni was a study looking at people's perception of their own social prowess, or lack thereof, comparing people with depression to people without. And in this study, they found that the depressed people far more accurately estimated their own social performance than the people who weren't. The people who were not depressed consistently overestimated how good they were in social situations. Which was a little insight into... We kind of all walk around with rose-tinted glasses on for a lot of these things.
Power low.
No, Hail Tech, that's very wrong. And I think you said it to be wrong. Because there's a different psychology going on there. Helmets in sport are a specific little quirk of human nature. Seatbelts very much save lives. Jex, there's a lot of outdated information out there about head injuries in sports. It's something my sister has very strong a very strong interest in that area with her work, so we talk about it a lot, which is why I feel fairly confident in the information that I'm aware of with it. So I need to plug in the gas, the CO2. So let's get this. Yeah, cars are crazy safe compared to what they used to be. Not all that long ago. Oh my gosh. Cars. Wow. The rental car I had the worst automatic gearbox I've ever dealt with in my life. So annoying. It was just... oh, it's just pain. Yeah, yeah. It probably is partially related to the size of modern cars being mostly crumple zone. But the size of modern cars is also a pedestrian safety thing. As is the shape of the front of them. Which is why I can't see a Cybertruck ever being allowed on Australian roads. Because it wouldn't meet road safety standards for pedestrians. Which is good, because they are ugly. If you can make the shape accurately in Space Engineers, it shouldn't be a real-world car. I think. Alrighty, let's check what we got here. We have outside 464. We have nothing. Let's get some CO2 going. Let's turn on this so that I can get some power going. Are all these air conditioners just sequential? No. No, they're not. So there's 3 steps in the sequence, with each step having 8 in parallel. So currently I'm running 6 in parallel, and I'm upgrading to a new, more expandable setup so that I can have even more than that. So these first 6 take my storm temperature gas, or as close to storm temperature as I can get, temperature gas, and cool it down 1 step. Then this next set take that gas and cool it down another step. Then this next set take that gas and cool it down another step, which finally brings it to cool enough that my phase change cooling here with water can bring it down further. For this water phase change to do the next bit, for this water phase change to do the next bit, and then this pollutant phase change step to do the last bit, which brings it to safe temperatures. Which is, woof. Yeah, it's a process. It's a long process. I don't know that the new ACs do need inline tanks because there's a lot more pipe network. I think the pipe network is probably large enough. What is the pipe network of each of these? Let's see. 1,000 liters. And this whole thing is now combined as one. Yeah, maybe they do. Maybe they would benefit from an inline tank or 2. I'll go make that. Make a few. So there's less volume in there than there is in the existing ones. How much power drawn? With up to 14 at each step, I would draw 15 kilowatts for the air conditioners alone. Which is a lot. What was I coming here for? It was... How did I already forget? Wow. That's so much worse than my usual memory. Thanks, thank you. Thank you. Oof. That was bad. Now let's get... Each one of these is a 250 or 120? 250. So I probably want 2 of these on each set, which means I need 24. No, that's not right. 12. Thanks, Hash. Thanks so much for the 46 months. As long as you don't forget that you forgot, you're fine. It feels like there's a nugget of truth in that, Kalzama. It feels like there is. Just a touch. Not sure that there actually is, but it feels like there's a nugget of truth there. It's like, as long as you're aware that your memory is terrible, it's okay. As soon as you stop being aware that it's terrible, that's a problem. There, Duke. Let's go. Wait, 8's not right. 12. 12! It might feel true because you can't remember the things you didn't remember to remember. Oh, don't get that level of depth on me right now. Oh, my helmet tippled. Tippled? Toppled. Two. Come on. Print faster! Print faster! Yes, they are Icarus crossover items to celebrate 3 years since Icarus release, I think it said. So they're the Icarus suit. Not suitable for Venus. But they look cool, so I thought I'd stick them on top of my tool printer. Alright, so where do I put the inline tanks? That will be neat. I think I've just put them in front of the... Oh no, that's going to be really annoying. No, I do not put them in front of the thing. Maybe I put them on the wall segments. So if I take out these four, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's the middle segment done. That goes to outside. Yes. So that doesn't need to be done. And I need to get this one. Should be on the wall. Yeah. And then I need to go with this section here. I think that's the best option for these ones. Come on, place for me, please. There it is. Cool. So that'll have substantially increased. That's 500 liters extra per network, which has taken the total network volume to 3,700. So that should be about right. So once I remove the little bit of extra that I've added with these pipes, each segment should be about 1,000 liters, which is about the same amount of stuff that I'm working with over here. Yeah, cool. So I just want to wait till that gets up to... I don't know, 6 megapascals? More? Display plinth? What do you mean? Is there a separate display thingy? Is there a thing I don't know that makes thing... Because I need somewhere to put my skulls. Furniture. So I didn't know that there was... Wait, bowling ball return rack. That would be from a mod, I think, that I added. That has the bowling pins. Like, I suppose I could put them in a shelf, but I think a shelf would be more hidden than just having them on top. Is it just plinth? Oh. Interesting. Huh. Does look potentially removed. Or didn't get an updated image. Maybe? Let's find out. Oh, there it is. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Does that mean I can line my corridor with skulls on plinths? Gonna have to make sure I get it rotated the right way, which is going to be annoying. Very annoying. But I think this just made Shadow's day. How do you tell which is the front? So there's those cutouts. I don't think I put it in the middle of the floor. Okay, so the cutout is front and back. I don't know which way the cutout is front and back. No, don't put the crowbar in it. Oh. Yeah. The first skull. Cool. Didn't know those. Yeah, did not know those were a thing. Nice. Thanks for that. 3.3. I should really just set up a little script to do this, but I'll just keep checking on it. From time to time. Because I think it'll take a while for this to overpressurize. And I don't think there's any particular disadvantage to me having this pressurized to a higher amount. The more moles of gas I have in this, it's probably not a bad thing. Yeah, I think I might wrap up here for today. I will be back on Sunday with some more Conan with Shadow, as we are planning on doing some of that on Sunday. And then on Monday, we'll be back with more Wrong Way Out over on YouTube, which is going to be good fun. I certainly missed doing that. I'm looking forward to it. And I will hopefully, between now and Wednesday, be able to record and edit some more of the economy-only Space Engineers thing that I put out the video of while I was away. Now, quick test before I properly go. Let's see what happens. I'm actually going to go before I do this, but I'm going to test what happens with running an ad break at the end to see if I still get the pre-roll ad clearance for the start of the next stream. But yeah, there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then.